Okay, so the stream has started. Let me go ahead and get the link for the live stream. It's going to be over here. Copy the link, and I'll provide that to everybody in chat just in case you want to watch over on those platforms. Okay. So what are we doing today? We're starting a new course. So the new course is going to be network hacking. So network hacking, well, we're going to be talking about how networks work, computer networks that is, and how you can interact with machines on the computer network. So let's go ahead and get started. So welcome to HackerFrogs After School. HackerFrogs After School is a cybersecurity program for learning beginner cybersecurity skill across a wide variety of subjects. This workshop is the intro to network hacking. So what is network hacking? Network hacking is the study of techniques that allow users to circumvent or abuse computer network services in order to gain access to data or user accounts that should not be available to them, or allow the elevation of access or user privileges via network services. So basically it's taking advantage of computer networks and computer services. And this is all done as part of part of keeping things secure. We're not advocating anybody to do anything illegal here. Illegal stuff is bad. Just remember that illegal stuff is bad and you will be okay. All right, Sigma, nice to see you on Twitch. Nice to see you here. And let's go ahead and start the lesson. So the first thing we're going to learn regarding network hacking are the concepts of computer networking, common networking services, and how to interact with them. So before we can do any hacking, we have to learn how to interact with the services normally, and that's what we're going to be learning in the course first. All right, so what are CTFs? So by now, I think we all know what CTFs are, but just in case anybody doesn't know what a CTF is, we're going to explain it right now. HackerFrogs after-school classes prefer to incorporate CTF games into classes for a more interactive experience. But what are CTFs? So cybersecurity Capture the Flag, or CTF games, are training exercises where the goal of the exercise is to capture the flag through use of cybersecurity skills. In this context, capture means to gain access to a file or other resource, and flag refers to a secret phrase or password. So the CTF platform we'll be playing to learn network hacking is called TryHackMe, which is a very popular and content-rich platform for learning cybersecurity skills across a wide variety of topics. User BH, I see you here, and I see. Okay. Welcome in, and hopefully we can learn a lot about this network hacking stuff before you have to go. So TryHackMe learning modules are called rooms, and they're split up across different topics, difficulty levels, as well as free and subscriber-only content. So the good thing here is that we won't be using any subscriber-only content here. We're just going to be using the free resources over at TryHackMe. So if you don't already have an account, we can register for one at the following link. So let me just drop the link in the chat for everybody. And let me just type that out real quick. Hopefully I spelled everything right. Okay. So let's get started. We're going to be signing into the TryHackMe platform, and after you're signed in, please navigate to the following URL. So it's going to be tryhackme.com/room/learn-cyber in 25 days. So an interesting thing about TryHackMe is that a lot of their good stuff is actually part of their Christmas events. And we'll showcase one of those rooms over here. So what I want you to do is I want you to log into the TryHackMe platform. After you're logged in, please navigate to the link, and then let me show you what it looks like if you haven't gone to this room before. So I'm going to leave the room just to show everybody what it's like when you access the room initially. Okay. So everybody, after you're logged in and after you click on the link, you're going to see this room over here. It's called 25 Days of Cybersecurity. So this is one of the Christmas exercises, Christmas rooms over at TryHackMe. And we're going to be using this room to learn a little bit about network hacking. So the first thing you want to do after you've logged in and access this room is that you're going to see this green Join Room button. You're going to need to click on this button before you're able to access the room's resources. So go ahead and do that. Click on the Join Room button. And then after that, oh, I guess it didn't. I'm going to click it again. Let me try clicking it a third time. Okay. Let me try reloading the page and then clicking on the button. All right. So it looks like I've already clicked on the button. Great. And the task we're looking for is task number 10. So task number 10 or day number 8. This is where we're going to find the resources that we're going to be using today. So the task 10 is day number 8. It's called What's Under the Christmas Tree. Go ahead and click on this header. It's going to open up. And then you're going to see, well, there's a bunch of stuff over here. We're going to mostly ignore what is already in here. But what we're going to do is we're going to use the resources in this room. So the first thing you want to do is you want to click on the green Start Machine button. So after you click on task 10, click on the green Start Machine button. It's located over on the right-hand side. Click on that, and that's going to start up the machine that we're going to be interacting with. So there's another machine that we need to start up as well. And so let me just explain that. So when you click the Start Machine button, this starts up a virtual machine that's going to spin up in the cloud, and we're going to be interacting with this machine a little bit later. The second machine that we need to start up is what is called the TryHackMe attack box. And it's basically the machine that we're going to be using to contact the machine that we activated just now. So what you need to do is you need to scroll up to the top of the web page, and then underneath this little icon here, there's going to be this button labeled Start Attack Box. I want you to click on it, and then after you do that, you should see, okay, so it looks like I can't use the attack box. Let me just log in with another account. Just a second, everybody. I seem to need to log in with another account. All right, so just a second. Need to grab my other TryHackMe account. Okay, I'm going to hide the screen for just a second because I need to log in with my other account. Okay, I've got my other account up. Great. Let me just, okay, and then let me go over to the room one more time. So let me grab that link. Whoops, that is not it. Let me look that thing up. So it's 25 days. Okay, 25 days of cybersecurity. Here we go. All right, so sorry, I need to start that stuff up again. This is day number 8. Great. Start the machine, start up the attack box. When you click on the Start Attack Box button, then you're going to see that the attack box is going to open up It's in a split view over here, and it's going to start loading. It's going to take about 2 minutes to finish loading. And if you manage to get the attack box loading over here, let everybody know by typing in the chat, attack box is loading, smiley face. Okay. So if you're stuck and you need help getting unstuck, please let us know in the chat. We'll try to help you out as best we can. So while the attack box is loading, we're going to be let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing in today's lesson. So the first thing we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about network ranges. So on a computer network, the computers are divided up into IP addresses. So IP addresses are basically where you can find each individual device. And whenever you have an IP address, you usually have 4 numbers. So it's a number, a number, a number, and another number, and they're all separated by these dots. So you might have something like 192.168.10. something something, and this is how you would recognize that that it's an IP address. So an IP address range is going to be 3 numbers and then a number slash something else, and that's going to let you know how many addresses are in that range. So you know that something is a network range instead of a network IP address when you've got the number slash number at the very end of the address. So in this case, /24, this is 256 addresses. Something /16 is going to be 65,536 addresses, and /8, that's going to be something like 16 million addresses. And so you don't necessarily need to know a lot about this, but you should be able to identify what a network range is and what an IP address looks like. So there are 2 types of IP addresses. There's public or external IP addresses versus private or internal IP addresses. So IP addresses are either internet accessible, also called public or external IP addresses, or private, also called internal IP addresses. So when you're contacting anything on the internet is going to have an external or public IP address. So such as 8.8.8.8, which is the Google DNS. And we've got an example here of a private IP address, which is 10.10.10.10. And there are some special IP addresses as well. So 127.0.0.1 references the local host or your device. Your device will always have an address of 127.0.0.1. So for the purposes of network CTF exercise, we'll need to recognize some common private IP address ranges. Most of the time when you're doing these network CTFs or working inside of somebody else's infrastructure, you're mostly working with private IP addresses. So private IP addresses usually start with the following prefixes. So it's going to be 10.something something something, or it's going to be 172.16. something something, or it's going to be 192.168. something something. So if you recognize these patterns, you'll be able to tell if you're dealing with private IP addresses versus public IP addresses. So remember that public IP addresses are internet accessible, and private IP addresses are not publicly accessible from the internet under normal circumstances. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the TryHackMe machine over here, and this is what we're going to do. So the attack box should have finished loading up, and what we want to do is we want to put the attack box in a big view, because right now it's only taking up half the screen, and we want the attack box nice and big so that we can access it more easily. So after your attack box is loaded up, click into the terminal and hit the enter button. That's going to dismiss the terminal message over there. And there's going to be this button in the center of the screen, down at the bottom. So the button is labeled View in Full Screen, and it looks like two arrows pointing away from each other at the bottom of the screen in the center. Go ahead and click on that. And then the attack box interface is going to appear in full screen. And this is what we want. So the other thing we're going to do after we've done this is we're going to start up a terminal that we can work from. So to start up the terminal, we can use one of three different shortcuts over here. There's this shortcut over here, there's this shortcut at the top, or there's this shortcut on the other side on the right. Just click on one of those, and that's going to start up the terminal. So we'll use the terminal to do our commands for the exercises today. If you find that the terminal is too small, you can always make it bigger by going to File, let's see, it's going to be View. You can click over here into View, and you can click on Zoom In. Or you could also use the Control-Shift-Plus keyboard shortcut to make it bigger. So make it as big as you need it to be, and then what we're going to do is we're going to talk about how we're going to contact the machine that we started up. So everybody, if you manage to make your terminal, your attack box desktop nice and big, and start up the terminal, let us know in the chat by typing in something like the attack box is big, smiley face. Okay. This is just so I know that everybody's on the same page and that nobody's getting left behind. So what is the attack box? So the attack box that we're using right now, this is basically a version of Linux that has a bunch of security tools installed in it, so that we can use these security tools to learn more about cybersecurity while we're doing our exercises. Okay, so let's go back to the TryHackMe page. And in the TryHackMe page, near the top, there's going to be this, this red banner here. It says Target Machine Information. So if you don't see the Target Machine Information banner here, you should go down to task number 10, click into it, and then click on the Start Machine button. After you've done that, and after about a minute or so, you should see this IP address over here. So the IP address for you is not going to be the same IP address for me. So what I want you to do is I want you to just click on this button over here that's labeled Copy to Clipboard. This is going to copy the IP address. So just click on that. That's going to copy the IP address. And then we're going to go over to our attack box. In the attack box, over on the left-hand side, in the middle, there's this little control bar button. So click on that. We need to paste this IP address into the clipboard. So there's going to be this clipboard icon. Click on it. And then click into the clipboard. And then paste the IP address. So your IP address is not going to be the same as my IP address. After you've done that, click on this little arrow button over here that says Show Hide the control bar. And then what I want you to do is I want you to right-click into the terminal and select Paste. So that's going to paste the IP address. So you can also just remember the IP address and type it in, but this way is a little bit more foolproof. So what are we going to do with this IP address? We're going to start contacting this IP address with our tools. And the first tool that we're going to use is the ping tool. So the ping tool is used to make contact with another server to see if we can make contact with it, basically. So the command is just going to be ping. So type in ping space -c-4 space and then the IP address. So this is going to send 4 ping packets to the IP address, and then it's going to tell us if it's able to make contact with it or not. So go ahead and give that command. And I'll just I'll leave this command in the chat. Just remember that you're going to need to change the IP address and replace it with your own IP address when you do this command. Okay, so when we gave the command, after it sends the ping packets over to the remote server, it's going to say 4 packets transmitted, 4 received, 0% packet loss. So packet loss means that we weren't able to make contact with the server. So in this case, we can make contact with the server, which means that we're able to communicate with it. So that's a good thing. This is what we want. So let's go over and talk about this. So everybody, if you manage to successfully do the ping command, type ping in the chat, just so they know that that you're all getting it. And if you're having trouble, please let me know, and we'll try to see if we can help you out. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we use the ping command. The next thing we can do is we can try to find out what all of the devices on the network are. So we can do something called ping sweeping to find out what machines in the network are up and online. And ping sweeping is the act of sending ping packets to each address on the network range for the purpose of determining what IP addresses are online. So to do this, it's going to be we're going to be using the Nmap command. So Nmap is a very useful program, and we're going to be using it a lot in other lessons during this course. And I see we've got another user on Zoom. Let me go ahead and take your attendance. Thank you very much, user A. All right. So so to user A, this is the TryHackMe room that we're using right now. We're going to be looking at task number 10. So I'll just send you that link. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do inside of the attack box here is we're going to do a ping sweep. And by ping sweep, well, that means we're going to find out which machines are online on the network range. Sorry, there's one more thing that we need to do to figure out some stuff about our information. So this is the attack box that we're using right now. If we want to get some networking information from the attack box, we can do IP-A. So IP-A is a command that we can use to get our networking information. And when we give this command, Jumper on YouTube, hello, nice to see you here. That's a nice smiley face. So if we give this command here, it'll tell us what networking interfaces that we have on the device. So for example, we've got this one, number 1, called low. There's number 2 called ENS5. We've got one called Docker over here, Docker 0. And we've got one called VETHCFB something something. The one that we're looking for in this case is going to be the ENS5 interface here. And we can get an IP address. So this is our IP address on this network range, on this networking device. So my IP address is 10.10.47.15, but your IP address is probably going to be something different. So this is going to be useful later when we need to reference our own IP address. Anyways, so if you want to clear the screen and go back up to the top and get rid of all the stuff that's already on the screen, you can type in the clear command. So type in clear, hit enter, and then, yeah, that'll clear the screen. Oreo Byte, nice to see you here on Twitch. And yeah, we're just doing a little class on network hacking stuff. All right, so what do we want to do? So we want to do some ping sweeping. So remember that when you click into your terminal here, you can actually get the previous commands that you did by using the up and down arrow keys. It's very useful, and it's good for getting information in previous commands. So in this case, we need our IP address. So in this case, the IP address is this. You might not have the same IP address, but you probably have the same IP range. Anyways, we're going to run a ping sweep to see what networking devices are online with the Nmap command. So we type in the word Nmap, and then -sn. This tells the program that we want to do a ping sweep. And what we're going to do is we're going to replace the fourth number here with a special number called, well, it's 0/24. So it's basically this network range, but 255 machines on this range. So we're going to figure out which of these 255 machines are online. And when we give this command, it's going to give us a report on which IP addresses are online in this network range. So I'll just provide this the command over here as a reference. Just keep in mind that you're going to have to use your own IP range because it might not be the same as the one that I have. Just use whatever IP address you got from over here under the target machine information, but replace the last number with 0/24. Okay, so when we ran the Nmap command over here, it scanned all the machines on the network range and it found out which machines are online. So this address is online, this address is online, this address is online, etc., etc. I think there's a total of 11. So there's 11 of these machines online in the network range. Big Task at Hand on YouTube says, hello, good afternoon. Hello, nice to see you here, Big Task at Hand. We're just doing a little lesson on network hacking over here. We're trying to figure out how to contact machines on our network. Okay, so if you manage to successfully scan the network range with the Nmap command over here, let us know in the chat by typing in Nmap ping sweep smiley face. So if for some reason you're a bit lost and you need some information about how to get caught up with the rest of us, let us know in the chat and we'll try to help you out because we don't want anybody to be left behind. Okay, nice to see, nice to see. Sigma is on top of it, great. Okay, so we used Nmap to ping sweep the network range. The next thing we're going to do is this. So there are many ways to do ping sweeping with different programs, including Netcat and Python and even Bash scripting. But the easiest way to do it was with the Nmap program. So remember, ping sweeping is basically scanning the network and figuring out which machines are online. So the Nmap ping sweep syntax looks like this. It's going to be Nmap and then -sn and then the IP address range. So the ping command is the most common way we determine connectivity between two network devices. So you type in ping and then you give a count over here, -c, and then a number, and then the IP address that you want to contact. And then when you give the command, ping is going to try to send ping packets to the machine to see if it's online or not. So the standard ping syntax for Linux is ping-c, and then, well, it could be 4, it could be any number you want, and then the IP address here, where C indicates the number of packets to send. So the other command that we did to look up our own IP, our own networking configuration is the IP space A command. So IP space A is going to give you your networking information, and we can just do this one more time. So it's IP space A, and this is going to give us our networking information. And in this case, each one of these is going to be a networking interface. So number 1 is a networking interface called low. We've got a networking interface called ENS5. And on each one of these networking interfaces, we're going to have an IP address. So here it's 127.0.0.1, which is home, localhost. And we also have this one over here where we have our actual IP address that we're using to contact the machines. So it's 10.10.47.15. And this is a /16 network, which means that there are a lot of computers on this network. but this is our IP address over here. Okay, so what are we going to do next? So we can also get similar information by using an older command, which is called ifconfig. So if we type in ifconfig, it'll give us similar output. So we'll just type in ifconfig. And this also gets us our networking information, but it's an older program, but it still gets us some good information. So we've got ENS5, this interface here, and we've got our internet address and other networking information in here. Okay, so this is going to be the fun part of today's stream. We're going to be using the Nmap program to see what ports and services are open on a remote server. So this is called Enumerating Open Ports with Nmap. And remember, Nmap is a program that was designed to figure out which machines on a network are online, and also to figure out what networking services and ports are open on those computers. So Nmap is a very common network security tool, and it can be used to determine which networking ports and services are open on remote servers. So when we do our net hacking exercises, we're going to be using Nmap a lot to figure out what we can contact on a remote server, to figure out what services we could take advantage of. So Nmap has a lot of different options, flags and arguments that can be used with it, but we'll go over a typical method of using it. Let's start with the arguments that we're going to be using in today's lesson. So we've got Nmap -v -scv -p and -t4. And each one of these little tags over here is going to do something different. So for example, the -v tag here, this is going to give us very verbose output. That means that there's going to be output given to us before the scan is finished. This is very important when we're doing stuff like this. And X the Fail has followed on Twitch. Thank you very much, X the Fail. Okay, we also have this over here, -s capital C capital V. This runs common scripts and versioning information on whatever services that we find on the remote server. We've got -p-, which instructs Nmap to scan all of the networking ports. If we don't give this particular argument, then it'll only scan the top 100 most, I think it's 100 most common ports on the server. It might be 100, it might be 1,000, I'm not completely sure. But the last thing we need is, when we run Nmap, is we need to give it a speed to run at. And basically, we give it with the t value over here. So it goes from t0 to t5, and t4 is usually a good speed to run Nmap at. It means it's going to run very fast, but not too fast, because if we run Nmap too fast, then Nmap might give you some false positives or false negatives or false results anyways, and that's not very good. Okay, so let's go ahead and try running Nmap to contact our server. Thank you very much for following, Farah Rodriguez. Thank you. Okay, so we've got our TryHackMe attack box over here, and we've got the IP address that we used for the previous commands. For example, we got the one that we used for the Nmap command, and the one we used for the ping command. So if you don't have your IP address, you can get the IP address for the machine that we want to contact by going back to the TryHackMe page and then going to the banner over here that is red. It says target machine information, and you can get the IP address from this over here. So you can either memorize it or you can copy it to your clipboard and then go over to the clipboard over in your attack box and paste in the IP address. Okay, so we're going to be running Nmap, and when we run Nmap, we're going to be using this IP address. So if you you can paste in the IP address again, or you can just type it in. We run Nmap, We run it very verbose. We run it with common scripts and versioning information. We run it on all the ports, and we run it with 4 threads, which makes it run very fast. The last thing we need to do is we need to provide the IP address. So I'll just leave this, this command that we're going to be using with Nmap in the chat. Just bear in mind that you probably need to replace the IP address at the end if you want to use this yourself. Okay, so when we run the command, so Nmap is going to make contact with the remote server, and it's going to try scanning all the ports on the system to figure out which ports are open and which ports are closed. So it's going to report some open ports in this case. So it says discovered open port 80, discovered open port 3389. It's going to say discovered open port 2222. And so it just says that that these are open ports. It's still running, and it's still trying to figure out what services are running on those ports, and then it will give us a report after it's finished scanning. So it's important to note that so that most ports, most services run on the same port whenever it's being run on a network. For example, we can guess that open port 80 means that there's going to be a web page, or there's going to be a web server on this remote server, this computer that's on the network. And 3389 is associated with, I think it's remote login, but for some reason, so this is usually remote login on Windows, but we're pretty sure that this is not a Windows machine that we're scanning right now. We're pretty sure that this is a Linux machine. There are a few different ways we could determine this. And we got port 2222. So we don't actually know what's on port 2222 because it's not a port that that we see very often on these scans. But anyways, okay, we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so we're going to run an ad on YouTube as well. And we're just going to take a minute to have a little sip of water. And while we're taking our little ad break, I'm going to put on some birds. How about this bird? So we'll just watch the birds for about a minute and take a little water break. If you need to have a sip of water, if you need to use the washroom, if you need to get up and have a stretch, go ahead and do that now. We'll be back in about a minute. So if anybody's wondering, this is camera footage from my bird feeder. So I really love feeding the birds, and let's see. And I watch the birds come around to the bird feeder and eat the peanuts and the seeds every day. It's a lot of fun. Anyways, let's put the birds away and let's continue the lesson. Okay, the ads should be finished by now, so nobody's going to be missing anything. So after we run the Nmap scan, it comes back to us and it tells us all sorts of information about the services that it found. So when we ran the scan, it found that there's port 80 open on the server here, and it tells us what kind of service is running on that port. So on port 80, it's running the HTTP service, and HTTP is unencrypted web pages, which means that there's a potential website that we could access on the server here. So the other thing, it gives us a bunch of information about the server as well, and then it moves on to the next service. So the next service is port 2222, and this is running the SSH service. So the SSH service is basically terminal login. So it lets you remotely log into a computer. So SSH is usually located on port 22 and not port 2222. So This difference is, well, sometimes you might be able to hide a service by putting it on a non-standard port number, but usually using programs like Nmap, you can probably figure out what is working on this port anyways. So it's not a very good method of trying to hide your services when you're running your network servers. But yeah, it also gives us the type of software that is being run on the service. So for example, this SSH server is running this type of SSH software, OpenSSH version 7.6 P1, and you also get the type of software that's being run for the HTTP server. This is running Apache HTTPD version 2.4.29 Ubuntu. So Ubuntu is a Linux distribution, which gives us a very strong feeling that that the type of OS that is running on the server is going to be Linux or Ubuntu specifically. Okay, so there's one more port over here that it reported open, and it's 3389, and this reports that it's running the MSMBT server. So on Windows machines, this usually runs as part of the remote desktop protocol, which is basically letting people do a graphic user interface login. But I'm not too sure what it's doing open on this Linux machine over here. And it also tells us the OS is probably Linux. It gives us a lot of information. So, okay, if you manage to successfully use the Nmap program to scan the machine, let us know by typing in the word Nmap smiley face in the chat. Okay, so what else can what can we do with this information? So we scanned the machine and it told us that, that there's a web page on port 80. So web pages we can access via our web browser. And there's a web browser on the attack box. So if you click on the attack box desktop, you can open the attack box Firefox web browser by clicking on this button over here. So it's either this button over here or this button over here, but either way, after a few seconds, it'll start up the web browser. So we would be able to access the website, but we need the IP address first. So luckily, we can copy the IP address because the Nmap scan lets us know the IP address in here. We could also just go down to the bottom and we could recall the previous command with Nmap and we can grab the IP address from there. So just copy the IP address, highlight it, right click, select copy. Then you can go over to Firefox, and in Firefox you can paste in the IP address. So just pasting in the IP address isn't enough. We should probably put an HTTP :/ in front of it, just so that the web browser knows what we want to access the web page. And let me go ahead and, well, I'll provide the URL over here. But the thing is that you should probably put in your own IP address instead of this one. So it says TBFC's internal blog, and I'm not too sure whether or not this is going to load up for us. It looks like it's struggling a bit. Let's go ahead and go back to here, and it looks like we still have 25 minutes. I'm not too sure why the page isn't loading up. Let's go back. Let's try reloading the page. But yeah, it seems to be having a little bit of trouble. So if you take a look at the information under task number 10 in this TryHackMe page, it actually tells you a lot more about the Nmap program. So there's a lot of information about Nmap here. So intro to Nmap, basic Nmap functionality, TCP scanning. There's a lot of information here. If you have, if you're interested, you can go ahead and read all this stuff and learn more about Nmap. But I'm trying to save a little bit of time, so we're skipping ahead a little bit. User BH, thank you very much for coming by, and we'll see you in the next lesson, which is going to be on Friday. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, I'm not too sure why the web page isn't loading up over here, but maybe we could try accessing it with another method instead. So we're just going to copy this IP address. We're going to try using the curl command, which is going to let us take a look at web pages without using the web browser. Okay, so we were able to load up the web page by using the curl command. Let me try that one more time. Let's put here HTTP. It really doesn't feel like loading up in the web browser, huh? That's okay. But yeah, so what did we do? What did we do today? So we figured out how to locate devices on our network and contact them. So for example, we've got our IP address here. We can use the ping command. So ping, and that's going to let us know if we can if we can make contact with with an IP address. So the other thing that we did today is we figured out how to get our own IP, our own networking information for our own computer. And in this case, we use the IP/A command to get some information about our own networking devices. So for example, we've got our networking devices, their names, we've got their information over here, we've got our IP address, and this is going to be important when we do other networking tasks. And the last thing we learned about is using the Nmap program. So we used an Nmap command that looked kind of like this to scan the machine. So you can make this a lot easier as well. You can just type in Nmap and then space and then the IP address. It's still going to give you some output, but it's not going to be as good as if you use the other parts of the command. So in this case, the other parts of the command is all this other stuff. Where was it? Over here. So this was still able to find all the ports for us, but it didn't really give us very much information about each one of these ports. Yellow Snow says, loving the stream. Thank you. Thank you very much, Yellow Snow. And yeah, so before we finish out today's class, I wanted to know about a fun cybersecurity related website that you can do to solve little puzzles and challenges. And we're actually going to be covering this in the second part of the stream. And the website is called Hack the Web, and you can get it from this link over here. So I'll just provide the link to everybody in the stream. If you just go to the website over here, well, I'm already logged in here. Let me go ahead and let you see what it looks like when I'm not logged in. So let's do a private window. Paste in the thing. Okay, so this is this is the site, but it's in German. So okay, despite the fact that it's in German, we can switch the language over to English. It's going to be on the the right-hand side of the screen. It says language. It says DE right now. We need to switch it over to EN for English, and then it's going to switch over to English. So you can go ahead and make an account over there, and they're really fun little challenges. They're not super difficult, but they do get you in the mood to think about cybersecurity and technology in general. So we're going to be covering that in a few minutes. But for everybody who's going to be leaving after this, I just wanted to let you have that link. All right, so let's go ahead and finish out today's lesson, and then we can move on to the next thing. Where are we? Here. Okay. So let's review the networking hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. Cypher Enigma, hello, nice to see you here. And welcome, welcome. We talked about ping sweeping today. So we used the Nmap command to do some ping sweeping. And ping sweeping is the act of sending ping packets to each address on the network range for the purpose of determining which IP addresses are online. You can do this with a bunch of different programs, but we decided to use Nmap for this. We use the ping command. So the ping command is the most common way we determine connectivity between two different networking devices. We discovered how to look up your own networking info using the IP and the ifconfig commands. So if you need to get your own networking info, we can do that with the IP command, which is IP space A, or we can use the ifconfig command. And the last thing we learned about today is enumerating open ports with Nmap. So we learned how to use the Nmap command to scan the open ports on a remote server and to get a bunch of different information from that. Technique Unknown has followed on Twitch. Thank you very much, Technique Unknown. So it's a very common networking security tool that can be used to determine which networking ports and services are open on remote servers. So this was just the first step to learning about network hacking. We need to discover what devices are in a network. So what's next? In the next HackerFrogs After School Network Hacking Workshop, we're going to be learning how to interact with a few common networking services, including SMB, FTP, and Telnet. So we're going to be learning how to use these services in the correct way, just to become a little bit more familiar with these common services. So at this point, we're going to finish the lesson that we're doing on Zoom, but let's see. Yellow Snow says, what would you do when trying to do this on a Windows computer because the firewall blocks all pings? So there are different ways we could do for scanning Windows machines. Let me illustrate maybe one or two. So one thing that we can do with Nmap is that we can specify that we're not going to be sending ping packets to the machine first with this flag right here, -pn. And the other thing that we could do is, well, for network device discovery, we could use other programs such as ARPScan instead of ping, because ARPScan, well, it uses a different protocol. Okay, so everybody on Twitch and YouTube, we're just going to take a little break for a couple minutes while I finish up the class on Zoom, and you're going to watch well, I'm going to play some music for you, and you get to see the Be Right Back screen for a couple of minutes. But after we come back, we're going to be working on some of the fun little challenges over at Hack the Web. So enjoy the Be Right Back screen and the music. We'll see you in a few minutes. Hey everybody, we're going to be going on with the second part of today's stream. And what are we doing in the second part of today's stream? We're going to be solving some fun little challenges from this site over here called Hack the Web. So if you're looking for something that is very, very difficult, this is, well, the challenges do get difficult a little further down the line, but there are actually dozens of easy, beginner-friendly challenges over here. And this is one of the reasons I wanted to cover this. So one more time, I'll leave the link in the chat. So you just need to keep in mind that the okay, so the music is a little bit loud. I'll turn down the music. Maybe, hopefully that's a little better. Jake Mr. Hack says, "You solved everything?" I haven't solved everything, but well, there are a lot of challenges. So each one of these little nodes over here on the map, they represent a challenge on the website. And there, if you expand the map, there's a lot of these challenges. So if you're able to solve some, then you're able to access a lot of different little challenges here. Yellow Snow asks, "Is this a beginner platform? Would you suggest getting a good foundation before using this website?" No. These challenges are very, very beginner friendly, and we'll be going over a bunch of these challenges today. And if you want to check this out yourself, then you should be able to solve most of these challenges by doing some Google searching. And there's a lot of educational stuff inside the challenges themselves to help you understand how to solve the problems. But while we do this, I'm gonna be doing a little writing up these little walkthroughs. If you want to take a look at the walkthroughs that I've written up already, then you can access it from this side over here. So we're going to be doing this for the next hour or so because we're trying to stick to a schedule. And what are we doing today? So this is Wednesday. So we just did our after-school topic, network hacking session 1. And now we're doing Hack the Web, and we're going to be doing that for about an hour. And then afterwards, we're going to be doing the TryHackMe OWASP Broken Access Control Room over at tryhackme.com. And finally, we're going to be doing the server-side request forgery labs over at portswigger.net. Sigma says, "Shyhat, honestly the GOAT." Well, thank you very much for the compliments. I'm just trying to provide a service to everybody here on Twitch and YouTube. I find that there are not too many people doing tutorials for cybersecurity stuff, so I'm here to deliver that content. Okay, let's get started. So I'm writing up these little write-ups here, and basically, you know, I'm trying to figure out what kind of category this would be put in if it was a typical CTF challenge, and what kind of concepts they're introducing here, as well as the method of solving the challenges themselves. So one more thing that I should probably include is the URL where you can find it, each one of these challenges, because well, we need to be thorough when we do our write-ups. So let's see. So the start challenge is going to be over here, challenge 1. Let me go ahead and record that. Here. So this is URL. Okay, let's go ahead and so this is challenge number 1. So you don't need to do very much. You just need to solve a math problem, and it's basically 6 plus 4 times 9. And if you remember your PEMDAS, you have to do your multiplication first before you do your addition. So this is going to be 36 plus 6. So the answer is 42, which is the answer to Life, the Universe, and Everything from what was it? What is it called? What is that series called? The book series, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But yeah, so that's the first challenge. So you just need to, well, you first of all you need to make an account for yourself, and then log into the website. Afterwards, you can click on the little map over here, and it will take you to the challenge. And then you can supply the answer here, which is 42, and then click on Go, it'll tell you 42 is correct. So the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything is 42. So if you know that reference, then you're probably a big fan of Douglas Adams. Okay. So let's move on to some of these other early challenges. So another early challenge over here is going to be the lemon juice challenge over here. So we can click on the challenge, and this is challenge number 5. I just need to record this because, well, here's the thing. If you do write-ups about little exercises that you've solved, it reinforces your learning, and you can always reference it back later on in case you need to take a look back at your notes, and in case you find some other challenge that has a very similar concept, you can look back at your notes to understand how you solved the challenge. So what's going on in this challenge? Let's take a look. So it's called lemon juice, and it says you can use lemon juice to write secret messages. I wish I'd known that as a child. I would have probably written secret notes to myself all the time. There's a similar technique in hacking which works digitally. Below you will find a prepared sheet of paper. Find the answer. Okay, so who thinks they know how to solve this this challenge? If you've solved it already, let us know how you solved it in chat, because well, not everybody knows about these quote-unquote secret techniques. So the answer here is not so difficult. And this is what I mean by saying that this is a beginner-friendly website. It does have little puzzles. They're not usually super difficult, and it's good for... Yellow Snow says, maybe the text is in the HTML. That's correct. Yeah, it is in the HTML. But another thing that's happening here is it's actually gray text on a gray background, which means that it normally wouldn't be visible, but if you highlight it, then you can see it. So there's nothing here. The weather is beautiful. The answer is invisible. So you'll see it if you just highlight this portion of the page. So if you can just type in the word invisible. How do you spell? Invisible. Okay. Click on go. And it says invisible is correct. Great. So the other thing about this page is that you can take a look at the HTTP source. So right click view page source, and inside the page source you can go down to the bottom and over here, so it says here the sheet begins, here the sheet ends, and in the middle there's this over here. So they've got the color of the text, and they've made the color of the text the same color as the background, and that's why you can't see it normally. And you'll also see that the answer is invisible over here in the HTTP source. So let's go ahead and, well, we can move on to the next challenge. Okay, so that was the lemon juice challenge. We'll take a look at the username challenge next. So let me go ahead and record this. Whoops, this is not the one. Or is it? Hold on, everybody, I need to go back. So this is Hack the Web. This is going to be... the next challenge is called HTML. Actually, the next challenge we're looking at is username. Okay, so before we... let me go ahead and edit this a little bit first. So I'm trying to include all the URLs for the challenges, because just got to be complete. So the information that we put down should be complete. Okay, this is the URL. And, well, I can get rid of the TryHackMe stuff right now. Okay, so the username challenge is here. And let me provide the URL for everybody, just in case you want to access it directly. Okay, so the username challenge, it says the system wants to know your name. It should be easy enough to enter, but somehow the input gets a little scrambled. The answer to this challenge is simply your username. So you just need to find a way to put in your username. So we can just type in our username. your username is not going to be the same as mine. Mine is the Shy Hat. We press go, and it says that this is wrong. So if my username is the Shy Hat, how has this been scrambled? So it says somehow the input gets a little scrambled. So it's actually not super complicated the way they've scrambled up these letters. If you can identify how this is different from my username, which is the Shy Hat, let us know. Sigma has it right. Okay, it's in reverse. So, so the actual answer is to just grab the reverse here and then copy it, and then paste it in. And when you put it in, it should put it in reverse again, which is going to be the answer. So click on go, and then it says that your username is correct, and that's how you solve it. Okay, and then we move on. And the next challenge is don't blink. So this one's this one's kind of interesting. Let me go ahead and write up the thing for my walkthroughs here. So this one is challenge number 24. It's called Don't Blink, and I'm just going to put in the URL. Okay, so this one's don't blink. If we click on the challenge, it says don't blink, the answer something something, that was fast, try again. So if each time you load this up, it says don't blink, the answer to the challenge is something something. So if you can read fast enough, you should be able to figure out what the answer is. But what's another way we could take a look at the answer and we don't have to be reading really fast? So if anybody thinks they know, HTTP, yeah, that's true, that's true. Sigma, you are correct. We could take a look at the HTML source code, the HTTP, and we got ads in process. Okay, so sorry, we're going to be taking about half a minute to do a little ad break because we got ads on Twitch and YouTube. And in the meantime, let's look at some birds. How about these sparrows here? Okay, we'll be back in about 20 seconds. Okay, let's put the birds away. And you know what? You know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done any video redeems. How about we give everybody some Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so we'll go over what everybody provided for answers in just a second. Let me just change the music out. Let's play some moody space music. Okay, so what's everybody saying here? So Sigma says reverse. No, Sigma says HTTP HTML. Yellow Snow says we can look in the HTML. Winsome says hello, sir. Hello, Winsome. Nice to see you here. Uncle Beppy says hey, the Shy Hat. Hello, Uncle Beppy. Nice to see you here. And yeah, so if we could reload the page and then try to read the message really fast. But the easier way to do this is to take a look at the HTTP source for this web page. So if we take a look at the near the bottom of the page, we're going to see this on line. This is going to be from line 153. It's 153 until 160. So this is the part which shows the messages. So so this is I think this is JavaScript. So the JavaScript over here, it basically shows the messages really quick, and we get the answer here. So it says here in the code the answer to this challenge is marvelous. So we just need to grab the word marvelous over here, copy it, then go back to the challenge. We need to submit the answer here, click on go, and then we're done. So it says here that an experienced reader takes approximately 0.25 seconds to recognize a word. So you could have read the sentence really quick, but it's better to rely on to have a more reliable method of reading the secret message. Okay, let's go ahead and continue. And we'll move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be, so we did this ring over here. This is ring 0, I guess, and this is ring 1, and I guess we can do the ring 2 questions over here. So the ring 2 questions start with the calculator challenge. So I think, let me record the URL for the calculator challenge first. So calculator, let me record the URL. Okay, let's take a look. So calculator. So there's a calculator here, and all you need to do is you need to have the result 256 on the calculator, and then click on submit. So it says difficulties don't stop you from your goals. On the contrary, you use your creativity to solve the challenge. Here's a calculator from a tutorial. I followed the tutorial, but I must have made a mistake somewhere. You can only enter you can't enter multi-digit numbers. So your creativity is now required. Calculate the number 256 and submit the result. So if we can only do 1-digit numbers, so we can do 7 times 7. 7 times 7 is 49, and we can do times 7 again and get some result. What's the easiest way we could get the number 256 if we can only do calculations with single-digit numbers? So you can do it in two. You can do it in 2 calculations. So if you know, let us know in the chat. All you need to do is have the number 256 showing in the calculator here, and then click on the submit result. So if you were to do it with one calculation, you would do 16 times 16 to get 256. But you can also do 8 times 8. Whoops, let's go back. So 8 times, why are you not? Let me reset this page. Okay, you can do 8 times 8. 1 times 256. Matthew Welty, that's not gonna work in this case. So the restriction, the restriction is that we can't do more than 1 digit at a time. So we have to do multiple. 255 plus 1. That doesn't work either. So we have to do a calculation. We can do multiply. We can do 8 times 8, and then we can multiply it by something else. So we can probably get here from 64 times something. So what times 64 is 256? Magic user, hello, nice to see you here. Uncle Beppy says 4. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. So we just multiply 64 by 4. So we do 8 times 8, and then times 4. And that's going to get you, 8 times, okay, we need to reset this. So 8 times 8 times 4, that's going to equal 256. So all you need to do now is click on submit result, and then you're done. So it says 256 is correct. So it's basically figuring out how we can use multiple multiple single-digit calculations to get to the result of 256. But yeah, that's the challenge. So that was the calculator challenge. The next challenge is going to be Minecraft. So here's the thing. So the Minecraft challenge over here, and it says in the Minecraft challenge, what's the block ID for this block? So I'm not familiar with Minecraft, and if you were familiar with Minecraft, you could probably solve this challenge. The thing is that you need to figure out what kind of block this is in Minecraft. If anybody knows what kind of block this is, let us know in the chat. So the question is, what is the block ID for this block? So this is actually this is kind of like an OSINT problem, because you need to figure out some information from the internet. Yellowsnow has it correct. So this is bedrock. So if yeah, Globby Guy knows this as well. We've got some Minecraft players in the chat. That's great. And so block ID. So if you just Google something like bedrock Minecraft block ID. Okay, so, well, you actually get it from the AIs, because if you use Google, it'll automatically give you an AI answer. So in Bedrock edition of Minecraft, the block ID for Bedrock is 7. So this ID is used to identify and manipulate the block within the game. Okay, so this is so the block ID is 7. This is the answer. So in the challenge, you just need to submit the number 7. Okay, 7 is correct. Due to bugs, Bedrock can also be mined in survival mode. But that looks like the Java version. Maybe this looks like the Java version, but I'm not super familiar with Minecraft. But yeah, this is that's the answer for the challenge. Let me just write up the solution for the challenge real quick. Okay, so which challenge number was this? This is challenge number 336. I'm just going to write up a quick little... So this is 336, and it's called Minecraft. Okay, and this is the URL. And category. So if we were to categorize this, I guess we could call this an OSINT challenge, because you need to use your search skills to get the answer. And I guess, let's see, concepts. The concept for this level is use the internet to get the answer. And the last thing is method of solve. For this method of solve, we just need to search Google or some other method for the search term. Actually, you know what? Here's another thing about this challenge. You could probably try to do some reverse image searches to try to figure out what kind of block this is if you didn't play Minecraft. So you could copy this. Actually, how do we supply... Okay, we can put this image in a new tab here, and then we could do a reverse image search. So let's see. So how do we do reverse image search? I think search by image, right? Okay, so drag an image here or upload a file. How do we... Oh, or we can paste an image link. So we'll paste in the image link and we'll search. Okay, and this is it. So it says Bedrock. So it says Bedrock, Bedrock Edition, Bedrock. And we also see Bedrock over here, so we can be fairly certain that this is the Bedrock block over here. And then we would search for Bedrock block ID. So block ID. So the numeric ID for Bedrock is 7. So this is how we get our answer here. Saibi says, hey, remember that 2 nights ago I told you I got an exam at Communication Protocols. Saibi, hey, were you the person asking about the DNS? I think you might have been the person asking about DNS, right? But how did you do on your exam? Curious to know. So this is the method you would try to use to solve, challenges like this. Okay, let me finish up. So search Google or some other method for the search term. Use reverse image search in Google or somewhere else to figure out what kind of block it is. The answer is 7. Yeah, okay. I did recognize you correctly. Ace the exam. Awesome. Great to hear. Yeah, let's give you let's give you a video redeem. How about what's a good one? How about the Budweiser frogs?
Bud. Wise. Bud. Bud. Wise. Bud. Wise. Bud.
Okay, so let me know if that's really loud. If it's really loud, I need to adjust the volume down for that redeem. Let us know how loud those Budweiser frogs were. If they were too loud, let us know. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge looks like it is W Exam Acer. Awesome. Cybernerd Dante, thank you. Okay, so this is the Minecraft challenge. The next challenge is... they've got Minecraft too. They got the painting challenge. Okay, so the next challenge is the painting challenge. Let me grab the URL for that because I need to add that to my walkthroughs here. So painting. Oh, I haven't done this one yet. Okay, let's do a little write-up. So this is challenge 68. It's called painting. Okay, so the URL for this is this one here. And I guess I'll leave the URL for everybody else. Not too loud, says Sigma. Great. Thank you for the feedback. Okay, so the concept. So the concept for this challenge, well, we haven't seen it yet. There's also the method of solve. Oh, we need the category as well. Okay, let's take a look at the challenge now. So this is the painting challenge. And this is art lasts for centuries. It is also constantly reinterpreted and revised. So your friend Norman proudly shows you his latest work of art. So if anybody recognizes what painting this might be trying to emulate, let us know in the chat. I don't know if we could use AI or something to try to identify what this is. If you absolutely didn't know what this was, it would be kind of difficult to figure out what this painting was supposed to be. The Lona Misa, of course. I think it's a picture of me, says Yellow Snow. Well, then you must be famous. But yeah, so the implementation is creative and modern, but the motif is very old. What year was the artist of the original painting born? So we need to identify the, I wonder if we can feed this to the AI, and if it would be able to figure out what this is. Or if we take a screenshot, if we could figure this out. It's your grandma, of course. It's Steve from Minecraft. It's all of these things. So if we copy this, I wonder if we could get the AI to tell us what this is. So let's try, well, we can try ChatGPT first. Okay, there's DeepSeek here. Might as well try DeepSeek first. Okay, so what painting is this ASCII art trying to emulate? And then paste it in, and we'll see if it's able to identify this. It identified the wrong one. The ASCII art you shared is a representation of Edward Munch's famous painting The Scream. Not true. Let's see if ChatGPT can do better. So chatgpt.com. Don't give it a clue it's a painting. Well, I mean, we should probably try to help out the AI as much as we can. So what is this ASCII art trying to represent? Okay. It says it's a robot or android head. So the AI is not here. So we didn't tell it it's supposed to be a painting. It thinks it's trying to be RoboCop. It's not correct. How else could we do this? So we could probably get we could probably take a screenshot of this and then do a Google image search. I'm not too sure if that's going to work. Because I'm trying to figure out if there's a method we could do this where we don't have to have prior knowledge. Because this isn't really a picture that we can find on the internet. I'm pretty sure it's not. Okay, I'm going to try taking a screenshot, and then I'll put it into Google image search. Okay, so I'm just going to do this off screen. Just a second. Just a second, everybody. Oh, you know what? Okay. I'll paste in the Google search term that I found over here. Okay, so I plugged this in to Google image search, and it was actually able to find something. So it says Mona Lisa ASCII over here, and I think. Oh, okay, maybe we should be careful looking at the stuff over here. But I guess if you do Google reverse image search, then you can still get the fact that this is the Mona Lisa. Syke says, "I have arrived. What are we doing here? What am I looking at here?" So we're doing some challenges over at the Hack the Web website, and we're just taking a look at this one over here. I'm not too sure if you can view the page if you're not logged in. Let me see if we can access this if we're logged out. Okay, so we need to make an account over at this website. And well, the website's in German, but you can change the language for the website with this little button over here on the right-hand side. Make an account, and then you can join in with us, because these are fun little mini challenges. They're not super related to, they're not super technical challenges, but they do get you thinking about all sorts of technology stuff, which is good. Oh, there's also a demo account. So yeah, so the demo account is, it uses these credentials here. So if you just want to log in as the demo account, that's the username and password. But yeah, so Google image search does let us know that this is the Mona Lisa, and if you know it's the Mona Lisa, then you can look up the creator of the Mona Lisa. So that would be, I don't know, Leonardo da Vinci, and birth date, because the answer for the challenge is the birth date of Leonardo da Vinci. Okay, so I guess we need to go away from this. Google.com, Leonardo da Vinci. So it says born in 1452. So this is the answer right here, 1452. So just type in here 1452, and that's the answer. Magic User says, and quite specifically, we're trying to figure what this image is, as if we didn't know what the image was, like we've never seen the Mona Lisa before. So yeah, that's So we did a reverse image search, and the reverse image search was able to identify that this was the Mona Lisa here. So I mean, reverse image search is actually it's very useful. Although it is it's a little bit controversial because you can use it to do all sorts of bad stuff as well if you really wanted to. Let's move on to the next challenge. Oh, I also need to do my my little write-up. Where's my write-up here? So the category, I guess we could call this an OSINT challenge. So the concept is use reverse image search to figure out what this painting is, then look up Leonardo da Vinci and supply his birth year as the answer. And the answer is 1452. 1452. Yellow Snow says, Sykes says OSINT is power. OSINT is power. Yeah, Yellow Snow says, didn't really know this was a thing because I don't use Google. Is there any other place that does this tool too? So there's there are reverse image search engines all over the place. Let me see if I can find some. So we'll just go to google.com. We'll look for reverse image search. And there are a bunch of, oh, TinEye. So TinEye is also a very famous reverse image search engine. And if we supply a URL or if we upload an image, it should be able to get all sorts of information about the image and where it can be found on the internet. But yeah, let me paste this into the chat. There you go. Okay, so I think we finished with this walkthrough. Commit those changes. And let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be the note challenge here. So the note challenge, let me grab this, is challenge number 16. Syke says there's also PIM eyes, but you have to pay for getting the full results in PIM eyes. So, I mean, I always advocate for free services over paid services if the free services are okay. But sometimes you're going to need to use paid services to get the best results. So let's see if I did a walkthrough for this yet. I don't think I did, so I'm going to have to create one. Okay. So this one is called Note. I think it's 16, right? Okay, so URL, category. What else is there? So concept and method of solve. All right, let's take a look at the challenge. So this is the Note challenge. Shana McGav says, what is this? So this is a fun little puzzle game, I guess. Well, it's cybersecurity adjacent. It's not exactly technical stuff, but it does. These are little puzzles and challenges that you can solve to get your mind thinking about different types of technology. You can access it from here. Yellow Snow says, I wonder how it finds all the matches on the internet without destroying their servers and without taking forever to search every image on the web. Do you have any idea how they do this? So there's probably some sort of matching algorithm happening, but I'm not exactly sure how it works. If you know how it works, let us know in the chat. And yeah, but I mean, it's kind of magic to me as well. But I think if you do a little bit of research, you should be able to figure out how you can do this practically. But let's take a look at what's happening in this challenge here. So this is the note challenge. It's challenge number 16. It says the task should be very easy, but I just can't figure it out. I must have overlooked something. Surely the answer can be found in the important note. The important note. And then they've got a link to the important note. And in the important note it says, the answer is not here. Look closely at the file name. So everybody, I want you to take a look at the link over here. What is wrong with the file name? So it should be named important note. If you think you know what the issue is, let us know. Sigma says it's missing an O. It's misspelled. It says Fire Axe. Thank you. That's correct. So Fire Axe, welcome to the stream. Hey, let's give you a Nyan Cat. Okay, so we're taking an ad break right now. So we're just gonna run an ad on Twitch and on YouTube, and let's go ahead and put on some birds. So we'll be back in about a minute or so. We're just going to take a little ad break so that nobody misses anything. Enjoy the birds and enjoy the music. We'll be back in about a minute. So I don't know why, but there's something therapeutic about watching animals eat. But not watching people eat. I don't like watching people eat. I like watching animals eat because it for some reason it feels good to see animals getting food. That's got to be there's got to be something psychological about that. Globby Guy says, "Are these your birds?" Well, I mean, they're the birds in my neighborhood. I don't own the birds. They don't come. They don't stay overnight at my house. They've got their own homes. They just come here for the food. Okay, the tasteful thickness says, "I come back to the birds." That one is Mortimer Shillelagh. Shillelagh? Is that how you say it? Anyways, okay, so we figured out. Well, Fire Axe and Sigma says that the word important note is misspelled here. So we can actually fix the spelling mistake. So important note, and then access this. So in this note, it says the answer is spelling. So this is the answer we need to provide to finish the challenge. So just copy this, and in the challenge, we just need to submit this as the answer. Okay, it says spelling is correct. And it actually tells you how many times this challenge has been solved in a day. I think this is an average. So it's actually very interesting to see how many people are solving these challenges. The tasteful thickness says, in Girl Interrupted, one character compares intake of nutrition to expulsion. She doesn't like it either. Are we hacking the mainframe? We're not exactly hacking the mainframe, but we're playing some games. And when we solve these challenges, it gets our creative juices going for solving problems. So yeah, so this is the note challenge. I think I'll do a little write up here before moving on to the next challenge. So what category would you say this is in? I'd say it's just in a general category. There's nothing... The concept is don't make spelling mistakes. Method of solve is take a look at the spelling of the file they provide. Fix the spelling mistake. And access the correct file. The answer is spelling. Mr. Poolshot says, I could build one outside of the US in a cloud somewhere, but I rarely use PIMI, so it's not cost effective. Why do we need... So can you remind me why we need to use VPNs to access PIMIs? Or is it not accessible from certain countries in the world? Is that what we have to understand? Okay, let's go ahead and access the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be ASCII. Okay. So we're going to be talking about some encoding methods over here. So this is the ASCII challenge. I wonder if I created a Reddit for this. I did not. Okay, let me start up the... let me grab the link, and I'll provide everybody else with the link as well. So this is challenge number 4 on the list. Interesting. Okay, let's create the file. So this is 004. This is called ASCII. This is the link. That's the URL. What category would this fall under? And what is the concept? And what is the method of solve? Okay. Mr. Poolshot says, the last time I tried, they were blocking by location. For example, me in the US. It's interesting that they would block people in the US, because you would think that companies like this would have like a large user base in the US. Okay, let's go ahead and solve the challenge. So this is the ASCII challenge. Okay, so in this challenge it says, you are a brave person. You were not deterred by the cryptic letters in the title of this challenge. Many things in computer science may seem confusing at first glance, especially if you don't have the translation aid. But as soon as you know where to look for things, they become less foreign. So this is also the case with ASCII code. Because computers only work with numbers, there is a uniform code for each character. You can find an excerpt from this in the table. So we've got the ASCII code. These are decimal ASCII codes, and they correspond with certain characters over here. So it says, for example, the $sign is stored in the computer with the number 36. Voila, now it's your turn. Your answer in code is this. So they've got these decimal ASCII codes here. And if we translate these decimal ASCII numbers here, what characters do they translate out to? So I think we can do the translation directly in here. So all we need to do is just note this. So 35 is this. And then 97 is this, the letter A. 117 is this one, the letter U. And then we got 114. 114 is this, the letter R. And then 97 is A again. So hashtag Aura. So that's that's a pretty Zoomer term. So Aura means just basically presence, or like being cool. If anybody knows the proper definition of Aura, the way the kids are using it these days, let us know. But this is the answer for the challenge. We can go ahead and click on Go. And Aura is correct. So I think this is an interesting challenge because it introduces people to ASCII encoding, and it's a little bit more fun than just telling people to go and look it up. They provide the answer over here, so it's not super difficult. So that's good. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the little write-up. So the category, I guess, I mean, this is encoding, which could technically be called something like cryptography, but not really. And the concept is ASCII characters can be represented by numbers through encoding. And the method to solve is look up the numbers and their associated ASCII characters. And the answer is #Aura. Okay. Let's move on to the next challenge. Go back. So the challenge after ASCII is HTML2. So I haven't solved this yet, but hopefully it's not too difficult because it would be it'd be kind of embarrassing to get stuck here. Let's see. Oh, Ronan has an answer. Thank you. So Ronan says, in modern slang, aura means a person's overall cool factor, their stylishness, and confident demeanor. From Google AI. Well, I mean, it's a good thing that that Google AI is able to tell us these things. All right, so this is HTML2. Let me grab the link, and I'll provide it to everybody here. This is challenge number 7. Let me do a little write-up for this as well. So create a new file. This is 007 HTML2. Okay, so we need the URL, the category, the concept, and the method of solve. So for this one, it's going to be web app stuff, naturally. But let's take a look at the challenge and see what's going on. So this is HTML2, and it says, this time take a look at the source code of the page. However, you will find the portal yourself. The answer is directly below this line. And we got a hint. Okay, so you have to find the portal yourself. The answer is directly below this line. Okay, so I guess what we need to do here is... Psych says, just checked and PimEyes is not blocked in the US at all. So you must have something enabled that is messing with the access, Mr. Pullshot. Not sure if you have that VPN active right now, but it could be the reason. I have a VPN on at the moment. It's not blocking me, so not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I don't use PimEyes. So yeah, we should take a look at the source code of the page to try to finish the challenge. So it says the answer is directly below this line. So let's go ahead and take a look at the page source. Okay, let's make this nice and big. Maybe a little less big. So the answer is directly below this line and is nether. So this introduces us to HTTP comments. And HTTP comments are just little well, they're messages that are not rendered by the web browser, and you can recognize them because they're going to be between these brackets over here. So it's going to be bracket exclamation point, and then it's going to end with this over here. So the answer is nether. So I guess we can just copy that and provide that as the answer. Okay, so before we answer this, let's do a little write-up over here. Okay, so this was a web app challenge. I guess this is a web app challenge. The concept in this challenge is going to be learn to understand or learn to recognize HTTP comments. Okay, and the method of solve is look at the source code, identify the comment. The answer is nether. Okay. All right. I think we have time for maybe one or two more of these challenges before we move on to the next topic. So let's move on to the next challenge. So we did HTML2, and I think that's it for this ring. And we'll move on to the next ring. We've got calculator 2 in the next ring. So everybody, if you keep on solving challenges on this website, eventually you'll unlock all sorts of, well, there are actually some bonus little games here as well, but it's a pretty big website as far as the number of challenges are concerned. And I hope you can have a lot of fun solving these challenges yourself. All right, let's move on to the Calculator 2 challenge. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to start up our write-up. What was this site again? So this is the, well, I'll provide the link for the challenge. So this challenge we're looking at is challenge 111, but the base of it is hack.arg.de, and you can just chop it off at the DE there, and then you should be able to access the base site from there. So this is challenge 111. Let me make the file. So this is 111. It's called Calculator 2. And this is the URL. So the category, we got our concept, and we've got our method of solve. No problem, FireEye. Oh, sorry, FireAxe. No problem, FireAxe. Okay, let's take a look at the challenge and see what's going on. This time, calculate the number 10,000. So how do we calculate 10,000? We should probably start with like 5 times 5. We can do 5 times 5, 25 times 5, 125 times... Okay, so 125 times... Let's do another 5. 625 times 5 times 5. Oh, we overshot it. I'm not too sure what the exact number of calculations we should be doing to get exactly to 10,000. We can't do double-digit numbers. So Globby Guy, we can only do single-digit numbers. So that's why I was going by multiples of 5. Okay, so 5 times 5 times 5 times 5. We can't multiply this by 5. So does 625 multiply into... I don't think it does. Let me grab a calculator real quick. It doesn't say you can't divide either. How can we get the answer easily if we divide? So 5 times 5 times 4 times 5 times 5 times 4. Oh, you know what? That might work. Yeah, let's go ahead and give that a try. So 5 times 4 times 5 times 5 times 4. That's 2,000. So times 5. If we multiply this by 5, we get 10,000. And then we can submit this result. Okay, and we got it correct. Great. Thank you very much, Fire Axe. That was very helpful. Thank you. So let me let's go ahead and cough and record this. Where are we? Okay, so the category, I guess we would call this, I don't know, general? No worries, no worries. So the concept, this is similar to the previous challenge, but we need to calculate to 10,000. Method of solve. I guess we can just do 5 times 4 times 5 times 5 times 4 times 5 equals 10,000. Anyways, let's commit those changes. Okay. All right, so can we do one more? I think I really want to do one more. It is actually really fun to do these challenges. Okay, so calculator 2, we've got Minecraft 2. I guess we can finish off with Minecraft 2. And Minecraft people, wow. Okay, so Minecraft people probably have an edge here. I don't play Minecraft. So it says, what concept is presented here? I wonder if we could feed this to the AI and if it would understand. We could also do reverse image search. Let me try feeding this to Google AI, and maybe it can answer this question. So redstone. Is this redstone? Let me try getting the well, I'll copy the link. We'll try asking, well, okay, we'll try asking DeepSeek and see if we'll see if DeepSeek can answer this question. If it can't, then we will ask something like ChatGPT. So I have a link. What Minecraft concept is illustrated in this picture? Okay, and then we'll feed it the link. Okay, so it's a mob grinder, Minecraft mob grinder or mob farm, a structure designed to automatically spawn and kill hostile mobs like zombies, skeletons, and creepers to collect experience points and loot efficiently. I don't think this is true. This is not a mob grinder. Well, I mean, let's try the same thing on ChatGPT and see if it has a better answer for us. So ChatGPT, we'll stay logged out. Stay logged out. We have a picture in a link. What Minecraft concept is being illustrated here? Okay, it says searching the web. It says Hack the Box Challenge Series. This is not correct. It features a Minecraft-style world with a large pixelated 3 in the center. Does it? Are you making stuff up? No. Okay, this is not correct. So it's not getting this right. I mean, I think Sigma might be correct in that it's representing redstone. But I wonder if we could do a reverse image search on this as well. Let's try the reverse image search. So let's see. So we go to search by image, and we'll just paste in the link. Okay, and what is here? So it says redstone repeater. Is this an example of a redstone repeater? Redstone gates? Maybe the answer is just redstone. So redstone repeater, etc., etc. Okay, let's try. So Sigma says, I'm not exactly sure what answer they're looking for, whether it's the concept of using redstone as a whole or what the thing itself is doing. So we could try just doing redstone as the answer. So redstone. Redstone repeater could be a good one. So we'll try just redstone. Redstone is correct. Okay, so they're just looking for redstone in this case. But yeah, I mean, I think this is really cool. You can answer these questions even if you don't know anything about the thing that's being represented in here. You just need to be a little bit creative in how you're searching for it on the internet. Okay, let's go ahead and do the write-up, and then we'll finish our section on Hack the Web. So what's the name of the challenge again? Minecraft 2. Okay. Okay, so this was... I guess we could call this an OSINT category. Will concept use OSINT and reverse image search to get the answer. The method of solve. Reverse image search the picture. The answer is redstone. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this up. But yeah, this is the site that we've been using today is called Hack the Web, and it can be located from this website here. It's a German website, but you can switch the language that is being presented by going to the little switch over at the right-hand side of the screen at the top of the page. And it's got a bunch of fun little challenges that you can solve, and they kind of challenge your ability to think creatively. I think it's very, very cool. We might be doing more of these in the future, maybe once a week. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Anyways, what are we going to be doing next? So the next thing on our schedule is going to be TryHackMe, OWASP Broken Access Control Room. So this is going to be, while I haven't done this before, but I'm familiar with the Broken Access Control concept inside of web apps. We'll see if it stumps me at any point. It might. I'll get the link for the room that we're going to be covering. Okay, so just shut this down. And we're going to be doing this on tryhackme.com. So I'm just going to search for broken access control. Okay. So this is a free room from TryHackMe. If you want to check out this room yourself, you can do so from the following link. And let me go ahead and join the room. We're going to go through this slowly. Hopefully we can finish the room today. If not, then, well, we'll try to get through as much as we can. So it says to access materials, start machines, and answer questions, you need to join the room. So click on Join Room. And the tag here is actually very important. So it says, so hack broken access control, the number 1 in the top 10 of web security risks. So let's take a look at the introduction here. So broken access controls are a type of security vulnerability that arises when an application or system fails to properly restrict access to sensitive data or functionality. This vulnerability allows attackers to gain unauthorized access to resources that should be restricted, such as user accounts, files, databases, or administrative functions. Broken access controls can occur due to a variety of factors, including poor design, configuration errors, and coding mistakes. So what are we going to be understanding in here? So objectives that the students will learn. 1. Understand what broken access control is and its impact. 2. Identify broken access control vulnerabilities in web applications. Okay, let me go ahead and change out the music. Let's put on some fun cyberpunk music. Okay, number 3, hack these vulnerabilities in a controlled environment. And number 4, understand and apply measures to mitigate and prevent these vulnerabilities. So prerequisites: basic understanding of JSON, web applications, and HTTP protocols. 2, familiarity with scripting languages such as PHP and JavaScript. 3, knowledge of web application security standards and frameworks such as the OWASP Top 10. So if anybody's wondering, the OWASP Top 10 is basically a list of web application vulnerabilities that is published by the OWASP Foundation. Oh. Interesting. And so OWASP Top 10, let's just search for this on the internet. So OWASP Top 10 from the OWASP website. Let's post this in the chat. Okay, so current project status such as of September 2024. So did they update this recently? No, the latest update was in 2021. Okay, so if you take a look at the article over here, it'll tell you about what vulnerabilities are the most prevalent in web applications. So just keep in mind that this list hasn't been updated in about 4 years. So it's actually due. It's due for an update pretty soon. Anyways, let's take an ad break right now, and we'll come back after the ad break is over. Enjoy this squirrel. Okay, we'll be back in about a minute. So, like the article says, broken access control is the #1 vulnerability in web applications. And while I was doing web application security testing, every application I tested and almost every application that I saw other testers doing, those applications had some form of broken access control vulnerability among its findings. So it's absolutely something we should pay attention to. Anyways, let's get on with the module here. Okay, so basic understanding and usage of a proxy tool like Burp Suite. So click on me to proceed to the next task. Okay, complete. Task number 2. Okay, what is access control? So access control is a security mechanism used to control which users or systems are allowed to access a particular resource or system. Access control is implemented in computer systems to ensure that only authorized users have access to resources such as files, directories, databases, and web pages. The goal of access control is to protect sensitive data and ensure that it is only accessible to those who are authorized to access it. So what do we have in the picture here? Okay, so the user goes to the website, and then if access is granted, then you can see some new stuff, but if it's not granted, then it gives you access denied. Okay, what do we have here? So access control can be implemented in different ways depending on the types of resources being protected and the security requirements of the system. Some common access control mechanisms include discretionary access control, otherwise known as DAC. In this type of access control, the resource owner or administrator determines who is allowed to access a resource and what actions they are allowed to perform. DAC is commonly used in operating systems and file systems. In layman's terms, imagine a castle where the king can give keys to his advisors, allowing them to open any doors they like whenever they like. That's DAC for you. It's the liberty to control access to your own resources. The one in charge, like the king of the castle, can hand out permissions to whoever they please, dictating who can come in and out. So the owner of a resource can specify which other users can have access to that resource. Okay, so the next thing that we're looking at is MAC, or Mandatory Access Control. So this isn't actually something I studied very much about, but it is important for us to understand. So in this type of access control, access to resources is determined by a set of predefined rules or policies that are enforced by the system. MAC is commonly used in highly secure environments, such as the government and military systems. In layman's terms, picture a fort with an ironclad security protocol. Only specific individuals with particular security clearances can access certain areas, and this is non-negotiable. The High Commander sets the rules, and they are rigorously followed. That's how MAC works. It's like a stern security officer with no exceptions to the rule. Alistair and his radio. Hello, nice to see you here, Alistair and his radio. Okay, so in this case, we've got the operating systems which provide access to the data and decides on access based on classification or category to the users. The administrator can give clearance levels to the users, and the administrator also gives directions to the operating system. And the administrator gives confidentiality levels to the data. Alistair and his radio says, it's been a while, how you been? Still teaching cybersecurity stuff, still hacking the planet, still doing all sorts of stuff. Alistair and his radio, how have you been? Okay, so another form of access control is role-based access control. Actually, I saw this quite a bit when I was doing web app security testing. So there would be the administrator role, there would have like a regular user role, they would have a guest user role, and each one of these roles has specific type of access to the system. Alistair says, not the best, but I'm still moving. So the important thing is to keep on going. Yeah, for sure. But sad to hear that that you haven't been doing the best. So what is the role-based access control, or RBAC? So in this type of access control, users are assigned roles that define their level of access to resources. RBAC is commonly used in enterprise and systems where users have different levels of authority based on their job responsibilities. In layman's terms, imagine a modern corporation. You have your managers, your executives, your sales staff, etc. They each have different access to the building. Some can enter the boardroom, others can access the sales floor, and so on. That's the essence of RBAC, assigning access based on a person's role within an organization. Okay. We also have attribute-based access control. So I never really thought too much about the exact system that they use for access control in these web applications, but I guess it is very useful to understand these things. Emir Karaman says, hello, I wish you good publications. Thank you. Thank you very much, Emir. So attribute-based access control. In this type of access control, access to resources is determined by a set of attributes, such as a user role, time of day, location, and device. Oh, okay. So ABAC, or attribute-based access control, is commonly used in cloud environments and web applications. In layman's terms, think of an highly advanced sci-fi security system that scans individuals for certain attributes. Maybe it checks whether they're from a particular planet, or if they're carrying a specific device, or if they're trying to access a specific resource at a specific time. That's ABAC. It's like the smart, flexible security of the future. Okay, so we got a subject and their attributes, and we got resource object attributes, and then the system goes through a list to see if you're able to access that resource or not. Okay, so implementing access control can help prevent security breaches and unauthorized access to sensitive data. However, access control is not foolproof and can be vulnerable to various types of attacks, such as privilege escalation and broken access control vulnerabilities. Therefore, it is important to review and test access control mechanisms to ensure that they are working as intended. So Broken access control vulnerabilities refer to situations where access control mechanisms fail to enforce proper restrictions to user access to resources or data. Here are some common X for broken access controls and examples. So we've got two types of privilege escalation over here. And privilege escalation is something we do pretty commonly on this channel. We try to figure if we can get access as another user or as a higher level user. So horizontal privilege escalation occurs when an attacker can access resources or data belonging to other users with the same level of access. For example, a user might be able to access another user's account by changing the user ID in the URL. So the thing they're talking about here is a pretty classic example of the IDOR vulnerability. And if we ever come across an example of this, I'll point it out. We also have vertical privilege escalation. This occurs when an attacker can access resources or data belonging to users with higher levels of access. For example, a regular user can access administrative functions by manipulating a hidden form field or URL parameter. So horizontal escalation is where you can access the stuff that other users on your same security level can access. And vertical escalation is when you can access higher levels of access than you would typically be allowed. Okay, so there's number 3, insufficient access control checks. These occur when access control checks are not performed correctly or consistently, allowing an attacker to bypass them. For example, an application might allow users to view sensitive data without verifying their proper permissions. And we've got insecure direct object references. So we talked about this in, well, we mentioned it a little while ago. And these insecure direct object references occur when an attacker can access a resource or data by exploiting a weakness in the application's access control mechanisms. For example, an application might use predictable or easily guessable identifiers for sensitive data, making it easier for an attacker to access. You may refer to this room in task 4 to learn more about this. So we're going to skip this, but for example, if we're able to access a ID number in the URL parameter here, let's just say that inside of the URL it says something like ID equals 100 or 1000 or some number, and we're given a number. If we mess around with the number, we might be able to access data from other users, and that would be a really bad thing. Okay, so these hacks can be prevented by implementing strong access control mechanisms and regularly reviewing and testing them to ensure that they're functioning as intended. Cyber Dante says, we love IDORs around here. Yeah, they're really fun vulnerabilities to take advantage of. So what is IDOR? So the IDOR vulnerability stands for insecure direct object references. So that's the first answer. So what occurs when an attacker can access resources or data belonging to users with the same level of access? So the key word here is same level of access. And in this case, this is known as horizontal privilege escalation. Horizontal privilege escalation. Okay. The next question is, what occurs when an attacker can access resources or data from users with higher access levels? So this is vertical privilege escalation. Vertical privilege escalation. Okay. All right. What is ABAC? ABAC is access attribute-based access control. So attribute-based access control. And what is RBAC? In RBAC, so this is role-based access control. Okay, let's move on to the more interactive portion, please, because I hate doing a lot of reading. Okay, so we've got a machine. Okay, to focus on learning about broken access controls, please click on the Start Machine button over here. Sure, let's click on that. This is going to deploy the virtual machine for this room. After obtaining the machine's generated IP address, you can either use the attack box or your own VM to begin the attack. Okay. If you prefer to use the attack box, simply click on the Start Attack Box button located in the room above the room name. So it looks like we're going to have to use our OpenVPN access because I've already used my attack box for the day. Hold on, let me go ahead and get the get my access. Okay, let's go ahead and download the configuration file, and then we can access the TryHackMe network. Let's move into the downloads directory. What do we got here? I think we're using this VPN key. So we do OpenVPN, well actually we do sudo OpenVPN with this key. Okay, so we should be connected now, and let's go ahead and access the room. Okay, we've got an IP address here, so we should be connected to the TryHackMe network right now. So let's go ahead and access this inside of our web browser. No? Are we not connected? We should be connected on ton 0. Let me check. So ton 0, this is our IP address. It looks like we're connected. That's the IP address. Huh. Something seems to be going wrong. Let's see if I can ping that machine. Nope, can't ping the machine. Okay, so, I wonder what's wrong with the connection here. MC25 says VPN output log is slow, something's up. Well, I mean, it says here that there's some warnings here as well. So note, Cypher is not set. OpenVPN versions before this defaulted to something something. You need to fall back. Please add data ciphers fallback something something to your configuration. Okay. Let me see if I can connect one more time. Still can't connect, huh? I think I might be able to access this from my other account. So let me log out. I'll try to log in from another account. Nope. Okay. Yeah, let me see if I can log in with the other account. Sure. This one. Okay, so let's see if my attack box access is reset on this account. Let me navigate back to that room first. So broken, this one. Okay, so start the machine and then start my attack box. All right, so we can access it with the attack box, so we don't have to worry about using VPN stuff right now. Bottleneck. Thank you for letting me know about doing the. So there should be 3 root processes. Yeah, so there are 3 root processes here. The problem is that the connection isn't actually working out too well. So we're just going to use another. We're going to solve the problem another way. But thank you very much for the advice, Bottleneck. Miguel Automate says hello, Miguel Automate. Nice to see you here. We're just trying to load up a little module on TryHackMe, but you know what? Have a hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we should have access in about a minute or so. Just gotta wait for this thing to load. I guess in the meantime we can read up a little bit about this machine. Okay, accessing the web application. So in this task, our objective is to gain a comprehensive understanding of the web application's functionalities. This will allow us to make the most of the application's capabilities and achieve our desired outcomes. Assessing the application. When you browse a web application as a pen tester, imagine what the underlying code looks like and what vulnerabilities come to mind for each functionality, request, and response. Okay, so we're going to use our web browser over here to access the vulnerable application. Let me get the IP address. Let's paste it. We can't paste it directly in here. We have to paste it into the clipboard here and then paste it in afterwards. Okay. It says unable to connect, but why? Are we supposed to be accessing a specific endpoint? So deploy the machine, start the attack box, and then access it from here. So let's, well, I mean, this is the same thing. Okay, and then we'll paste in. Okay, it works. It works now. I wonder if we can make this a little bigger. Okay. So this is the vulnerable app? Sure. Okay, so we deployed it. Let's access the application. So below the screenshots for the web page, there's a registration page here. Okay, and what do they want us to do? They want us to go to the login page. Sure. So we click on the login page. And then they want us to do what? In order for us to capture the HTTP request into the server, we can use the OWASP, ZAP, or Burp Suite Community Edition. Okay, so let's go ahead and start up Burp Suite in the attack box. So I'm pretty sure this is the Burp Suite. Let's see. Relax. Revlax? Ravax? Zap for the win, says MC25. Is this premium or free content on TryHackMe? So this is free content. I'll give the link in the chat. If Zap was so awesome, they would have a Zap link in the sidebar over here. I haven't used Zap in years. It's been like 3 years since I've used Zap. And I think they've got a Kaido link here. So they're actually encouraging people to use Kaido, which is another web app. Well, it's a competitor to Burp Suite. And I don't know why Burp Suite is so slow on this machine. Okay, so what does it say here? So in order for us to further analyze the requests and responses, we're going to use the proxy module to capture the HTTP traffic. Okay, so we're going to start up Burp Suite here, and then we're going to start fiddling around with the configuration, because Burp Suite in TryHackMe has some little quirks that we need to work out. So the first thing we need to do is we need to go to the proxy tab, and we need to make sure that intercept is switched off, because if it is switched on, then it can really get in the way. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go over to the settings page, and we're going to go over to Burp's browser, and we're going to set under browser running, allow Burp's browser to run without a sandbox, because for some reason we need to set this when we interact with the TryHackMe version of Burp Suite. Get out of the settings, and then we can start up the web browser. So we're starting up the web browser here. It's a web browser that's attached to Burp Suite, and it's very convenient to use because all the requests that are sent through the Burp Suite browser are going to be sent back to the Burp program. And yeah. Okay, so we just need to load up the vulnerable web application in the Burp Suite browser. So what do they say over here? So these can be manipulated or sent to other trolls, such as a repeater, for further processing before being allowed to continue their destination. Capture traffic to be sent to the functions.php after login. So are they giving us a login account, or are we supposed to make this ourselves? I guess, do they tell us what to put in as our credentials? Okay, so maybe we just need to create an account first. So we are what? We are HackerFrog. Our email is frog@frog.com. Our password is password, and our password is password. Sure, let's save this. Okay, so we registered, so we should be able to log in now. Yeah, let's use this one. Okay, so we're logged in, and what do they want us to do now? Okay, so we access the web application, we logged in, and then we go over to the dashboard. So this is the dashboard here. Capturing HTTP traffic, sure. Below is the captured traffic that is sent to the functions.php after login. So did we access functions.php after login? We can figure that out if we go back to Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, you can go over to the HTTP history, and we see that there's a post request to functions.php here. And we can absolutely take a look at this in the repeater if we wanted to. The only question is, what do we need to pay attention to? Okay, so it says, based on the screenshot displayed above, we can observe that upon completing the login process, the web application will give us a JSON response that contains a status message, first name, last name, is admin, and redirected link. which the server uses to redirect the user to the dashboard.php with the parameter isAdmin in the URL. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's go back to the proxy. And we made the post request to index.php. Okay, let's send this to the repeater. Okay, so this one was to create the account, or was this one to log in? No, this one's to log in, I'm pretty sure. We got our password, and we created the account. Okay, if we send this, in the response we get... Let's see if we can close out the inspector because it's taking up a lot of room. Hold on. Okay, so in here, this is functions.php. So in functions.php, it sends us a response with a bunch of JSON information that tells us some information here. So let's go ahead and go over to functions.php. So this is the request, and let's send the request and get the response. So in the response here, we see a bunch of information here in JSON. So this is probably going to be share too much information with the user here. So it shares stuff like it gives us information like isAdmin false, and then all of our personal information such as first name, last name. And it gives isAdmin equals false. But we could probably tamper with this and switch isAdmin to equal to true. Let's see if we can do that inside the Burp Suite browser. So let's see, where's our Burp Suite browser? Here. Okay, so this is the dashboard over here. Online users admin@admin.com, frog@frog.com. Let's try giving the URL parameter isAdmin true and see if that changes anything. It absolutely changed things when we gave the URL parameter there. What module is that? So I'll give you the link for the module. So this is OWASP Broken Access Control. This is a module on TryHackMe.com. So by feeding the URL parameter to the app, we were able to get admin access. So we had normal access, and we got I can hack BAC. So this is an example of broken access control. If we provide the right parameter, we can get admin access. Okay, so what is the type of server that is hosting the web application? This can be found in the response of the request in Burp Suite. Let me submit the flag. Where's the flag? Oh, the flag isn't here. Anyways, what is the type of server that is hosting the web application? This can be found in the response of the request in Burp Suite. So let's go over to Burp Suite. Burp Suite. Here we go. And let's see. So this is going to be PHP 8.0 something something. Let's copy this. This is probably the answer here. No. Response of the request in Burp Suite. Okay, so what are we looking for? Apache. Okay, so it's an Apache. An Apache server, sure. What is the name of the parameter in the JSON response from the login request that contains a redirect link? So JSON response from the login request. So we can go over to proxy and then post for index.php. And what are we looking for? The name of the parameter in the JSON response. Is there a JSON response here? think we might be looking at this. Sigma says, quick question, I'm thinking of bringing up HackerFrogs after school to my college cybersecurity club. If they agreed to, would you be open to collaborating with us like you are with the Zoom students in the future? Well, I mean, yeah, you can give me a message on Reddit, or you can give me a message on like Twitch. There are direct messages on Twitch. Where else can you contact me? You could probably contact me on Twitter if you wanted to. The best place to contact me is probably going to be on Reddit right now. But yeah, I mean, I'd be up for talking to cybersecurity clubs. That's not a problem. Okay, so what are we doing here? What is the name of the parameter in the JSON response from the login request that contains a redirect link? I think we're talking about this this post request to functions.php. The name of the parameter, so this is the JSON response. And I think we're looking for redirect underscore link. So redirect underscore link. Sigma says, great, I'll get back to you on that. No problem at all. Okay, so that's the correct answer. And it says, what Burp Suite module allows us to capture requests and responses between ourselves and our target? This is the proxy. This is the proxy tool. Okay, what is the admin's email that can be found on the online users table? So this one is also easily found. If we go over to here, it says admin@admin.com. Okay, so the next thing is, I think we kind of jumped the gun. We've already hacked the application here. So in the previous task, we learned that the file functions.php returns our JSON request. The response contains a redirect link with a parameter that we can test for access control vulnerabilities. To start testing for this vulnerability, we can intercept the HTTP response and copy the value of the redirect link parameter to our address bar. So what do we got here? So is admin equals false? We've already taken advantage of this. Okay, so we set the parameter from false to true, and then we get admin access. Okay. So since we have access to admin.php using a low privilege account, we might as well check for a vertical privilege escalation attack. Checking the box in the admin access column of the account you registered and clicking the Save Changes button will give us admin privileges. Yoink. Okay, save changes. Which in turn enables us to revoke the access of other admin users. That's really funny. Okay, so what kind of privilege escalation happened after accessing admin.php? So this is vertical privilege escalation. Okay, and what parameter allows the attacker to access the admin page? So the parameter is admin, which we took advantage to get our admin access over here. What is the flag on the admin page? And we can just copy this flag right here. And supply this as the answer for this question. Okay, let's how much time do we have? We got 10 minutes left. I think, yeah, we're pretty close to the end of this room here. So there's several steps that can be taken to mitigate the risk of broken access control vulnerabilities in PHP applications. So number one, implement role-based access control, RBAC. So this is a method of regulating access to the computer or network resources based on the roles of individual users within the enterprise. So yeah, I think the problem with this application is that they allowed a URL parameter to be used as access control. So that's the big problem. So you're able to supply isadmin equals false or isadmin equals true, and they were assuming that nobody would notice that. But that absolutely let people get, well, you can absolutely use that to get access, elevated access to the application. That's the problem. Okay. So use parameterized queries. Parameterized queries are a great way to protect PHP applications from SQL injection attacks, where malicious users could potentially gain unauthorized access to your database. By using placeholders instead of directly including user input into the SQL query, you can significantly reduce the risk of SQL injection attacks. So I guess you could say, I mean, was the URL parameter, was that fed into an SQL query? I'm not exactly sure if it was or not. Well, I mean, it says, because they're mentioning it here, I guess that kind of implies that it is. Okay, so number 3, proper session management. Proper session management ensures that authenticated users have timely and appropriate access to resources, thereby reducing the risk of unauthorized access to sensitive information. Session management includes using secure cookies, setting session timeouts, and limiting the number of active users a user can have. Active sessions a user can have. The code snippet below shows how to initialize a session, set session variables, and check for session validity by looking at the last activity time. Okay, so we've got session start, set session variables, set the user ID, set the last activity equals to this time here, check if the session is still valid. If session, last activity, and time equals something, then session is expired. Then you unset the session and destroy the session. So it looks like last activity equals to 18. I'm assuming this is going to be like 18 minutes because 18 seconds doesn't make very much sense. So if your last activity isn't within the last 18 minutes, then they're going to destroy your session and log you out of the application. So use secure coding practices, okay. So prevent the introduction of security vulnerabilities. The given example shows how to sanitize user input using PHP's filter input function and demonstrates how to securely hash a password using password hash instead of an insecure hash function like MD5. Click me to proceed to the next task. So, I mean, I think developers would get a lot more out of this than people who don't exactly code the applications, such as myself. But I absolutely agree that we need to be using safe code practices whenever we develop our applications like this. Okay, so we move on to the conclusion. Broken access control is a security vulnerability that occurs within a system when it fails to properly enforce access controls, which can result in unauthorized users gaining access to sensitive information or performing actions that they are not authorized to do. So horizontal access privilege, horizontal privilege escalation occurs when a user is able to access data or perform actions that they're not authorized to do so on their own privilege level. This can be dangerous because it can allow an attacker who has already gained access to the system to move laterally through the network and access additional resources or sensitive data. So, horizontal privilege escalation, it was pretty prevalent when I was testing web applications back in the day, but that was like 3 years ago. I'm not too sure if the industry really moves that quickly. But there were all sorts of instances where you would have a URL parameter that you could adjust. It was usually some sort of a numerical one, and you could get access to other people's data by just adjusting the number in the URL parameter. So vertical privilege escalation occurs when a user is able to access data or perform actions that are reserved for users with higher privilege levels, such as system administrators. So another thing that I saw pretty often was that there'd be a hidden administrator function or an administrator page, and the fact that it was not linked to was the security mechanism. Basically, if the users weren't able to access the function or the page by a link, then it was assumed that they wouldn't be able to access it normally, but fuzzing does exist. So these are examples of stuff that I saw when I was doing web app security testing. Okay, click this to finish the room. Okay, done. Yay! So if if you want to go through this room with the fine-tooth comb yourself, then I will leave the link one more time. But broken access control is absolutely prevalent all over the place when you're testing web applications, and I'm not sure if its prevalence has gone down any since the last time I was in the industry, which was a little while ago now. But yeah, let's go ahead and move on to the last portion of today's stream. So today we're going to be taking a look at the Portswigger Academy. So we're doing more web app stuff because this is Web App Wednesday. Let's see. Let's take a look at all the topics. We're going to be learning about an interesting topic today. It's server-side request forgery. Let's see if I can find it. So I became interested in learning about server-side request forgery because I came across it in a challenge a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't exactly know how to attack the application that had server-side request forgery. So that's why I'm really interested in learning about this stuff. So this is a common pattern that I've come across. Some challenge is going to kick my butt, and it's going to motivate me to learn all about the topic. The last topic that kicked my butt and motivated me to start learning about something was what was it? It was insecure deserialization, and I decided to solve a bunch of labs covering that. This time it's server-side request forgery. So if you want to take a look at what we're looking at, you can access it from this page. Okay, so in this section we will explain what... Can we make this bigger? Okay, so we'll explain what server-side request forgery is and describe some common examples. We'll also show you how to find and exploit server-side request forgery vulnerabilities. Okay, so this is a web security vulnerability that allows an attacker to cause their server-side application to make requests to an unintended location. So basically, you're able to get the application to make requests to resources that you normally wouldn't have access to. So internal servers or other internal resources. So in a typical SSRF attack, the attacker might cause the server to make a connection to internal-only services within the organization's infrastructure. In other cases, they may be able to force the server to connect to arbitrary external systems. This could leak sensitive data such as authorization credentials. Okay. So we got some labs. Let's go ahead and explore some of those. So I really like the labs over at Portswigger because, well, I mean, they're all free and they usually deploy very, very quickly. And these are all really great things from an education website. So what is the impact of SSRF attacks? Successful attacks can often result in unauthorized actions or access to data within the organization. So this can be in a vulnerable application or other back-end systems that an application can communicate with. In some situations, the SSRF vulnerability might allow an attacker to perform arbitrary command execution. So this would be really bad. So an attack that can cause connections to external third-party systems might result in malicious onward attacks. These can appear to originate from the organization hosting the vulnerable application. Okay, so we're gonna try out some of these labs, and we're gonna try out the first lab in here. We've got some apprentice level 1s. Let's check this out. So this is the lab we're going to try out. So it says basic SSRF against a local server. So this lab has a stock check feature which fetches data from an internal system. To solve the lab, change the stock check URL to access the admin interface at localhost admin and delete the user Carlos. Okay. So we'll try this on our own. If we're not able to figure it out, we'll take a look at the solution. In cases like these, I'm not super worried about spoiling myself because I need to learn about how these attacks work. And well, if you've never done the attack before, you can't be expected to know how to do the attack. Okay, so we need to log in. Let's do that. Okay, so we've got the application here, but obviously we probably want to access this from Burp Suite. So I'm gonna start up the Burp Suite on my Kali box over here. Then we'll feed this lab into the Burp Suite browser. So we'll probably be working on these labs and this concept for another 2 hours or so, and we'll see how much progress we've made at the end of those 2 hours. Okay, so we'll open up the browser. We'll also grab the URL for this lab. Okay. So what was the objective here? So the lab has a stock check feature which fetches the data from an internal system. So we need to check the stock for some of the items in the shop. So here we're going to go over to one of these items here in the shop. We're going to check the stock from London, sure. Okay, we got so many units. So let's go ahead and go back to Burp Suite and see if we can get some information here. So HTTP history, we got a post request to product stock, and let's send this to the repeater for fun. Okay, so we've got our stock checker. So it's stock API equals, okay. So they have a URL inside of the parameter here, stock API. So I'm guessing that we could potentially locate the localhost from here. So let's go ahead and modify these settings. So we're going to try contacting the localhost, admin endpoint, like what it says over here. So localhost/admin. And let's see what happens if we just send localhost admin to the application here. Send it. In the response, what do we have? Okay. So we've got so from here we actually see the admin console, and I guess how would we delete this? What do you think the link would be? So it would be something like action equals delete or something, or action delete Carlos. I'm not too sure what it would be. Actually, you know what? Okay, so let's see. Admin delete. Oh, so it's an endpoint. So delete username equals Carlos. So we would just copy this over, right? So copy this, and then in the request, whoops. So localhost admin delete. So the delete endpoint, we specify the username and Carlos here. So we can just send this, and then in the response, we'll follow the redirection, and it says unauthorized. And it says we solved the lab. Okay. So admin interface only available if logged in as administrator, but it says that we've solved the lab. Let's take a look over here. And it says that we solved the lab, so obviously we managed to successfully delete the Carlos user. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, we can move on to the next lab. That was pretty simple. Of course, these server-side request forgery attacks are going to get more complicated after this. So let's go ahead and move on to the next lab. VM Smith says that was fast. That was fast. I guess it was the easiest example of server-side request forgery attack. And if you want to check out this lab yourself, one more time, this is the link. But we're going to be moving on to the next lab now. Okay, so the next one is basic SSFR attack against another backend system. So let's move on to this one. So I have solved this before, but I'm pretty sure I haven't taken a look at this lab in a couple of years, so I'm not very likely to remember immediately how to solve this. So let's load up the lab. After it's done loading, we'll also load it up in the Burp Suite browser. Okay. Then we go over to the Burp Suite browser. And let's take a look at what the lab wants us to do as an objective. Okay, so this lab has a stock check feature which fetches the data from an internal system. Use the stock check functionality to scan the internal range for an admin interface on port 8080, and then use it to delete the user Carlos. We're constantly deleting the user Carlos, poor Carlos. Use the stock check functionality to scan the internal network here. So I think what we need to do is we need to create a range of IPs to scan. I'm pretty sure we could do this with a tool like FFUF. So first of all, let's see. We'll call this iprange.txt. How do we create the list? We need to create a list of IP addresses that range from 192.168.0.1 until 255. Okay, maybe we can ask the AI if it can help us out with this. Okay, we need to create a list of IP addresses. They all have the same prefix. Want to make the list in Linux. Okay, so we got sequence and printf. So this generates IPs from 01 until 0254. So it's printf the IP range, but we're going to sub in for D. D for decimal number? No, D for What is the D in C programming here? So it's C formatted strings. So sequence 1 to 254. Let's see if it creates the correct output here. D for digit? Maybe. Okay, so this does get the job done. So we're just going to redirect this output to iprange.txt. And we're going to feed this into FFUF. So, and PHP die, that's quite the name. Hello and welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so this over here, this request, we need to activate the stock check function over here, and we need to take a look at what this looks like in Burp Suite. So over in the proxy HTTP history tab inside of Burp Suite, was this a GET request, really? Hold on. Let me do that one more time. So in here, we're going to check stock, and after we check stock, it's sent to, okay, there's a post request. So this is the post request we want. We're going to send this to the repeater. Actually, we don't necessarily need to send it to the repeater, but it's done. Okay, so this is also sending a request to, we're going to decode this from URL encoding. It's HTTP, this address right here, product stock check, product ID equals something something. So what did we want to do as the objective for this lab? So in this lab, we need to scan the internal IP range for an admin interface on port 8080. Okay, so we need to scan for port 8080. We need to scan for admin. Like this, and I guess it's going to be HTTP like this. So we need to URL encode this. Do we need to URL encode this? Anyways, let's go ahead and send this request and see if it, so it says missing parameter here. Bad request. Okay, so we're going to save this out. We're going to copy this to a file. We're going to call this request.txt. And then we're going to prepare this for a little fuzzing attack. So the fuzzing attack, we're going to do that with FFUF. But first we need to modify the request here. So in this case, we're going to replace the IP address with fuzz. And fuzz is going to be, well, the contents of fuzz is basically going to be the IP addresses in the iprange.txt file. Why don't you put the request and response side by side? Yeah, I could do that. Like this, yeah. Thank you very much for pointing that out. Sometimes, sometimes I forget about this. So you can put them side by side. You can put them on top of each other as well. Whatever you like, or you could do just one window. Okay, so let's see if we can get this working. So fuzz port 8080/admin, and what are we supposed to do here? use it to delete the user Carlos. Use it to delete the user Carlos. So we're assuming that it's going to be the same as the previous lab. If we assume that it's going to be the same as the previous lab, we need to send it to the delete endpoint with the username equals Carlos. So we're kind of assuming here, but let's go ahead and save this out. And then we can try using FFUF to do the fuzzing attack. Is this HTTPS? I need to check. So this is not HTTPS, this is just an HTTP page. So let's see. There's a special flag that you need to run with FFUF to do HTTP requests. I think it's proto something HTTP. Hold on. So this is the GitHub for FFUF. What request proto? So protocol to use along with the raw request, default to HTTP. Okay. So request proto, we need to specify this as HTTP in this case. Where are we? Here. Okay, let's see if it works. It's not showing us anything. Okay, so what happens if it's okay, so it usually shows us status 400. So we need to omit status code 400. So we're going to filter on code 400. This doesn't seem to be working. You know, there's only 256 of these, so I think we could do this with the Burp Suite intruder instead. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to send this request to the Burp Suite intruder. Okay, and so in the intruder, we're going to set this as the fuzz point. So this is the fuzz point here, and we're just going to add this as a position. So the simple lists, we're going to add some numbers. And I guess the numbers are going to be, well, we can just create it inside of here. So it's going to be 1 to 255. So just copy all these and then put this into the list. Okay, and then back to Burp Suite and paste in the list. And then we're going to start the attack and see what happens. So I just need to make sure that the lab is still online. It is still online. Okay, great. Okay, and then we'll do the attack. Okay, so we got status code 400, status code 500. We need to figure out which one of these requests is going to be valid here. So after the 20th request, it immediately starts slowing down. So 25, 27, yeah. So this is the reason why we don't do stuff This is the reason why we don't do stuff inside of the Burp Suite. We don't use the Burp Suite intruder, especially with the Community Edition, because it is really slow. They made it intentionally really slow. And I think we want to filter on length in this case, because the valid payload is probably going to have a very different length. It's also probably going to have a different status code. Eblood, hello. Hack something. Hello, nice to see you here, Eblood. So the response received. What is the difference between the length and the response received in this case? So this is all going to be length 240, 2477. Eblood, hey, nice to see you here. How are you doing? Let's take a look at these responses. Internal server errors. Okay, so these are going to be could not connect to external stock check service. So these are all the same message basically. Everything good in you? We're just doing some hacking labs over here, trying to figure out how to do these this new type of attack. Okay, we've only done 75 of these payloads out of 200 and something, 255. What does it say? So it says missing parameter for Doom. Doom? Question mark? As this subscribed on YouTube. Thank you, Doom. Thank you. And you know what? Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a? Oh, I don't know. How about a desert frog? Here you go. Well, I mean, the great thing about cybersecurity is that it's a skill, like every other skill. If you learn and you practice, you'll get better at it. That's guaranteed. So these over here, they say missing parameter, but in the other payloads it says could not connect to the external stock checker service. Well, I mean, if this goes through all the way and we're not able to get the correct one, Good Personality says warrior cry. That's well, I mean, the desert frog. That's I'm pretty sure that's like an intimidation tactic. It's not super intimidating to us, but maybe to whatever animals it's dealing with, it might be intimidating. We'll leave this running in the background, but in the meantime, we can go back over here and we can read about what we're trying to do. To solve the lab, use the stock check functionality to scan the internal range for an admin interface on port 8080. So it's port 8080 and then admin. Use it to delete the user Carlos. So if we're really stuck, we will be looking at the solution because we need to understand how to do the darn attack. Eblood says, that's true, the more you put your hands on something, finding out the secrets. I was like that with Blender 3D modeling. The more I use it, the more I learn myself. I'm sure you went through a bunch of tutorials when you started learning Blender to understand how to use the program. And then after doing enough tutorials, then you can use the program without needing to look at a tutorial. I'm pretty sure that's the way it went. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we still have these payloads that are being sent off. It is really slow now. I wonder if I can get FFUF working as well. Because I don't get any response here. Filter on response status 400. I haven't been getting very good response out of FFUF for a couple of weeks. So I need to figure out why my FFUF program isn't working anymore. Your MC is also 400. Let's just get rid of this. So let's say matcher is going to be this. Filter is going to be this. But the thing is that if I run it normally, it doesn't show me anything. So I don't understand what is going wrong here. 400 is not listed in the matcher. So we got our URL, we got our fuzzing point here. What am I doing wrong with FFUF? Okay, so we've sent 139 out of 255. The length is still all the same. I guess we really need to wait until the attack completely finishes before we take a look at the data here. Okay, you know what? I'm going to provide this to the AI. Maybe it could tell me what is going wrong with this. Let's go ahead and ask the AI what's going on. All right, so why does FFUF not give us output regarding the various payloads in this case? Paste in this and Stasik, hello. MC25 says your MC is also 400. 400 is not listed in the matcher. I mean, I'll take a look at that in just a second. Stasik says, how goes the hacking frog? Hello, Stasik, nice to see you here. And MC25 just need to add the MC400 if it's a 400 response. So, I mean, let's take a look at what the AI says. Missing verbose flag. I don't think... Add -v to see all tested payloads, even those that didn't match. I think I've tried that before, but I'll give it a try again. This doesn't show us anything. The verbose flag is not the issue here. Thank you very much for following PHP Die. Thank you. Incorrect matcher configuration. Your matcher is set to this. If your target responds with a status code that is not on this list, FFUF will silently skip it. Okay, so I think this might be what you're talking about, MC25. So matcher code all. So MC all. Okay, so now we get some output. This is what I was looking for. So this is pretty easy to look over because everything is about the same and there's no change in any of these. Okay. So thank you very much for MC25 for letting us know about the matcher code problem there. So it's all size 38, it's all 7 words, it's all status 400. Actually, you know what I want to do? I want to take a look at the request file again. So stock API is going to be fuzz8080 admin delete username Carlos. Do I need to URL encode this? Okay, we're still not done.
Oh, we found one that is different. We found a payload that's different here. So this is going to be payload 141. So this is a redirect. I wonder why it doesn't work in FFUF. So the response here, can we redirect this? So this is 302 found. Okay. What we can do here is we can just grab this and we can take a look at this inside the repeater. Where's the repeater? Here it is. Okay, so let's delete what we have here. We'll paste in what we think is the correct payload, and then we're going to send this. So this is 302 found. We're going to follow the redirection. It goes to get admin, sure. We're going to follow this. Okay, so did we solve the lab or not? This just says 302 found. It redirects us to get admin. Let's see if we can show the response in the browser. Okay, we'll go to the browser, show response in browser. This doesn't bring us anywhere. Okay, it says congratulations to solve the lab. So we managed to do it. Unfortunately, it doesn't show us actually deleting the account, but it got done. So we managed to solve the lab. Great. Let's see if I can... Yeah, what went wrong with... What went wrong with the FFUF payload here? So fuzz 8080/admin/delete Carlos, username equals Carlos. I mean, that should be the correct thing. So what was the... I think it was 141. So for 141, it still shows the status is 400. That shouldn't be the case. You know what? I'll just say... I'll just let it go. I'll just let it go because if I if I dig too much, it might take a really long time. We'll move on to the next lab. All right, so we solved the second lab. And let's move on to the third lab. Okay, we finished this one. Let's do the third lab. The third lab is, blind SSRF with out-of-band detection. So out-of-band detection seems like something that would be... I don't think we can do blind SSRF with out-of-band detection with the free version of Burp Suite, because the out-of-band detection would usually involve using the Burp Collaborator, and we don't have access to the Burp Collaborator with the free version of Burp Suite that we have. Yeah, to solve the lab, you must use Burp's Collaborator default public server, so we can't actually do this lab. And I guess I solved this lab when I still had access to the pro version of Burp, which was probably like 4 years ago. Okay, let's see if we can do the next lab then. So the next lab is SSRF with black-based input filter. Okay. So the lab has a stock check feature which fetches data from an internal system. To solve the lab, change the store the stock check URL to access the admin interface at admin and delete the user Carlos. Little Programmer 124 says, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, let's give you a... If anybody knows what game this is from, let us know. Let us know.
Hey! Who are you people? What do you want from me?
We want the numbers, Mason. We want the numbers. That's all we've ever wanted.
Little Programmer says, I don't know, what are you doing? So we're doing some web app hacking labs over at Portswigger, portswigger.net. So I'm trying to figure out what server-side request forgery attacks look like, because I recently encountered one that stumped me, and I hate getting stumped, and whenever I come across a topic that I really wanted to learn more about. Techno says, I know the game, but not the name. It was an FPS, though. It was an FPS. It was, let's see, what was it called? Call of Duty Black Ops. Call of Duty Black Ops 1, the first one. And people make mention of this all the time, the numbers. What are the numbers? What do they mean? That kind of stuff. Okay, so let's see. To solve the lab, change the stock check URL to access the admin interface at localhost admin and delete the user. So the developer has deployed 2 weak anti-SSRF defenses that you need to bypass. So this is an input filter. I'm not too sure. Hold on, I need to change my music. Let's change the music to faster than light. Okay, so let's see. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to. I'll give this a try. If I can't do this within a few attempts, I'll have to take a look at the spoilers. But we'll give this a try first. Let's access the lab, sure. And then we'll take a look at this inside of Burp Suite. Okay, so this is lab here, and I think this is all stuff. This is all stuff that we've been that's been inside the stock checker function over here. So let's check the stock one more time. Okay, then we can go over to Burp Suite. You can check the proxy. Okay, so this is the parameter right here that we're supposed to attack. Let's go ahead and put this in the repeater. So this is the stock check post request. We need to specify the URL that we want to check. What does the lab tell us? So the lab description tells us, change the stock check URL to access the admin interface at localhost admin. So do we just replace this with localhost admin? Localhost /admin. Eblood says, destroy my brain. I'll stay with 3D modeling. Well, I mean, it looks complicated if you haven't done it before, for sure. If you want to do some easier hacking stuff, you know what? We were working with a fun little platform earlier. If you want to learn about, do some easy challenges that talk about hacking concepts, and this is the website over here. So it's a German website, but you can change the language on the landing page. You can do a bunch of easy, fun little hacking challenges, or hacking-related challenges anyways. But what were you doing? So, okay, we're doing localhost admin, and I think it's %2f for the slash. So %2f. And what else do they want us to do? Learn slowly. Yeah. Definitely don't overwhelm yourself with technical stuff. So localhost admin and delete the user Carlos. So let's see if we can access localhost admin first and then go from there. Okay, let's set, well, So localhost admin, I don't think we need port 8080 in this case. Let's get rid of all this. Okay, send this request. It says blocked for security reasons. So how do we get past this filter? So it's blocking on localhost. Maybe if we don't do localhost, instead we do 127.0.0.1, that might be different. Because this, I mean, 127.0.0.1 is also localhost. It still says checked, blocked for security reasons. Okay, let's go ahead and run an ad, because there are ads running on Twitch right now, so we run them on YouTube. And let's put on some birds. How about these birds? These birds are having a little argument. We'll be back in about a minute. Enjoy the birds, enjoy the music. Got another 30 seconds of ads. Man, these birds are so fun. So these are Stellar Jays. They're kind of like the West Coast version of Blue Jays. They're related to crows, and they're really smart little birds. And they've also got their punky hairdo, which is something that is very cool. Let's put the birds away. Let's go back to the hacking. So blocked for security reasons. We need to get past this filter somehow. So maybe it's the word. I wonder if it's the word admin that that's getting in the way. Let's delete admin and see if it's still. Okay, it still says blocked for security reasons. So I'm pretty sure. How can we get around this this filter? So our results are being filtered here. Doom says a little bird break. Yeah. We have to take our ad breaks every half hour or so, so we might as well look at some birds while the ads are running. And how can we bypass filters? I guess we could try URL encoding everything. So take something like localhost, and we can URL encode this as well. Let's see. Convert selection to URL encode all characters. So that looks really funny. We'll also try it with this as well. Let's see, URL encode all characters, convert to, where is it? Okay, and we'll send this. Okay. Oh, hold on. I think we can undo this stuff. Let's try a different type of encoding, just for fun. So we're just going to convert all characters here, and convert all characters here. And it still says blocked for security reasons. Let's try a couple of, let's look up a couple of methods that we could do to bypass this. SSRF filter bypass. See what comes up. Filter bypass, open redirection, filter bypass, circumventing common SSRF defenses. Let's read this article. So it says, what does it say here? So some applications block input containing host names like this and localhost or sensitive URLs like admin. In this situation, you can often circumvent the filter by using the following techniques. So use an alternative IP representation of this. What? Are you converting this from hexadecimal to decimal? Okay, let me ask the AI real quick. How can we convert this IP address to a decimal number? And the IP address is this one here. So we can, because each one of these okay, so convert the 32-bit binary to decimal, sure. There's also an IP to decimal calculator. So the article here says it's going to convert to this number. And I guess I can just say, I believe you. We can try variations of the keywords over here. So localhost. Okay. We can try doing this camel case over here. Let's try the camel case first to see if that might work. So I think it's filtering on localhost, so we can just kind of like do something like this. See if this works. It still says blocked for security reasons. So we'll replace localhost with the decimal number and see if the decimal number actually gets through. Still says blocked for security reasons. Okay, so alternative IP representation of this. So how would this be a representation of 127.0.0.1? Let me try, well, I'll ask, okay. So how is this? That's for 127.1. 127.1. Well, I mean, does this work if we plug it into Burp Suite? Still says blocked for security reasons. Okay, obfuscated block strings such as URL encoding and other encoding techniques. Case variation, provided a URL that you control. Thank you very much for following Power Scream. Power Scream, thank you. You are now HackerFrog. Let's go ahead and give you a warm HackerFrog welcome. How about, oh, what do we have? How about some war games?
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Oh, you know what? They're talking exactly about the lab that we're doing right now. Well, I guess this is a learning moment, so I guess we can get taught how to do this thing. What about this one here? IP representation of 127.0.0.1. How it is... Well, I mean, I'm not exactly sure how this number here represents 127.0.0.1. How does the following number correspond with the IP address 127.0.0.1? Oh, this is the octal representation of the IP address. Okay. So the leading 0 indicates that it's written in octal, a common convention in programming. Breaking it down into 4 octal segments goes like this. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now it makes sense. Let's try replacing this in Burp Suite and see if it works. It might not. We will find out. Okay, we send this. Still says blocked for security reasons. Okay, so I guess we will we'll do some learning here. So we've already done all of the stuff that they suggest in here. So it says let's get taught. Access the check stock feature by visiting any product and checking the. Thank you very much for following Codename Ghost. Codename Ghost, thank you. And let's give you a HackerFrogs welcome. How about a NanCat? Okay, and let's see. So we tried sending it to localhost admin, and then it says stock checks stopped for security reasons. Try URL encoding the slash and replacing with its URL encoded counterpart, and also try case variation for localhost. Finally, send the request and analyze the response. So we tried URL encoding the stuff. Yeah, that didn't work. Now try replacing localhost with 127.0.0.1. And then try case variation with admin. Oh, so admin is... Alright. So this is the octal right here. So let's try out all caps for both of these. So localhost and admin will be all caps. Oh, it worked. Did it work if we do it in all caps? Okay, let's try the render. Okay, so if we send it with all caps, it worked. So that means we can do the rest of this. So the rest of the payload is delete username Carlos. And then send that. Okay, so if that worked, then it should say that we've solved the lab at the top. So it says, congratulations, you solved the lab. So what did we learn? We learned that sometimes we can bypass these filters by sending all caps, like we're yelling at the application. So the good thing is that we learned a couple of things. That's nice. So we can use an alternate IP representation of these numbers. We can do case variation, and we can also do URL encoding. But what worked in the end, MC25 says, thought it was going to be something to do with the refer. The refer was... You mean adding like a refer header inside of here? Well, not in this case, but I'm pretty sure. Well, I mean, I'm sure that in other cases that might be the answer. Changing that to refer to localhost, so it wasn't external. It's probably going to show up in some other lab. Let's see if we can do maybe one more. I wonder if there's one more that we can solve without the collaborator. Okay, so we go away from here. And what is the next lab? So let's see. Input filter, filter bypass, open redirect vulnerability. So this actually might be what you're referring to, MC25. Okay, so the lab has a stock check feature which fetches data from an internal system. Internal system, sure, yeah. Change the stock check URL to access the admin interface at this exact. The stock checker has been restricted to only access the local application, so you will need to find an open redirect affecting the application first. This is probably another one of these where I'm going to need a lot of help to finish it. Let's try accessing the lab first. Okay, so they make mention of something like an open redirect. It's not something I'm super familiar with. Okay, and as usual, we need to go to the stock checker. Over here, send this to the repeater. Okay, so we need to change this to the URL. So the URL in question is, what is it? It's this one. Okay, and if it's like all the other labs, we're gonna need to access the delete endpoint to delete the username Carlos. So if we send this, it'll say something like invalid URL. It says invalid URL because the stock checker has been restricted to only access the local application. So you need to find an open redirect affecting the application first. Okay. So open redirect. If I just look up SSRF open redirection, it's probably just going to give me solutions to this lab from people who have solved the lab before. But maybe we'll try to avoid those. So yeah, we get exactly this kind of stuff. So circumventing common SSRF, this is the same article that we were looking at before. Open URL redirect advanced guide. So this is from the Integrity website, and I'm pretty sure Integrity is a bug bounty platform. Okay, so what's this article here? So OpenURL redirects a complete guide to hacking OpenURL redirect vulnerabilities. So how do we identify these? So OpenURL redirect vulnerabilities are easy to find as they're quite common in applications. The vulnerability type is often considered a low-hanging fruit. Modern applications get more complex. Okay, so what are open redirect vulnerabilities? Vulnerable web applications process the user input in an unsafe way. Oh, interesting. Okay. So we're looking at, So how can we identify these? So there's server-side redirects caused by a vulnerable application that allows unsanitized user-controllable input to control the location HTTP response header. Common mistake made by developers is passing unsanitized user input into the location HTTP response header. HTTP, this is a response header. In this particular case, the redirect URL query parameter is read and later, and the code is added to the location. Okay. So how do we identify these? So in-app redirects are commonly used to enhance the end user's app experience. And LightOS, hello LightOS, nice to see you here. How's the hacking going today? Yeah, we're just trying to figure out how to do these server-side request forgery attacks. This is something that I've been meaning to teach myself again. Because, well, I encountered one in the wild. Well, not in the wild, while doing CTF exercises, and it kicked my butt. And whenever something kicks my butt, I really want to figure out how it shouldn't kick my butt the next time. So we're just doing some labs over at Portswigger Academy to try to figure out how to do these attacks again. But LightOS, welcome, thank you. Thank you for coming by. And you know what? Let's give you a fun Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Oh, you you know what? There was a thing that we mentioned last time we talked, and I was wondering how that resolved. Maybe we can talk some other time about that. All right, so let's see. How do we identify these open redirect vulnerabilities? Sure. Attempts to access the protected page. Okay. No worries. Thank you, LightOS. Redirect parameter. So there's going to be a parameter that tells you where to go. Okay, sure. I guess what I should be doing is I should be looking at the stuff in Burp Suite here to see if there are any parameters that redirect us. So proxy. Okay, product ID equals something. Resource. Well, I don't see anything that indicates that we're redirected anywhere. Let's take a look at the rest of the article. So to sum up, you should be looking for open URL redirects in the following areas that you target. So the sign in and register pages, sign out of application, passwords resets, profile account pages, email verification links, error pages, any important action within the app that requires multiple steps. Most redirect parameters you come across will have either limited protection or no protection at all. Okay, so I wonder if it's in... I wonder if it's in the landing page. So we've got the landing page here. Let me reload the landing page one more time. Oh, there's my account as well. My account, username, log... Oh, wait. Okay, let's reload this thing. Maybe we can take a look at the source code here. And see if there's anything that might indicate a redirection. It's not going to be in this part. Okay, well, I mean, I don't see it here. They're not very many, they're not too many different types of pages to look at. Home My Account, check stock, return to list. Oh, next product. It might be the next product link over here. So we click on next product, and then it sends us to another page. Let's take a look at... Yeah, so product path equals product. Okay, so this is the product. So it's next product, current product ID equals end path. So we can give a path. So how do, I mean, Let's set the path to something else. Okay, first of all, let's send this to the repeater. And then let's change the path. So instead of going to the product page, maybe we can go to another page. Like, maybe we can go to the My Account page. Oh, they want us to... Sure, let's just say we go to the login page. Let's try that. Okay, so the path is going to be login instead. Okay, and then we send this. It redirects, okay, we follow the redirection, and we're taken to the login page. So there is a redirection here, but how can we leverage this? Oh. Can we? Change this doc check URL to access the admin interface at this page and delete the user Carlos. The stock checker has been restricted to access only the local application, so you'll need to find an open redirect affecting the application first. So we found the open redirect where? In this URL parameter, which is, where is it? Next product. Or wait, so the path, right? So just specify path. Is that all we need to do? So if all we need is the path, then we can get rid of all this other stuff. So let's see if this works. So send this, follow the redirection. Okay, so all we need to do is send the path parameter here. Okay, that means over here, when we send our post requests, we can also send the path equals something, right? Simon Dante says path equals HTTP IP address 80 admin admin, maybe. Yeah, probably something like that. Probably something like that. Let's get the actual thing here. Okay, so that's the thing. Let's paste it in. So path equals this thing. And then, well, it'd be admin delete. Admin delete, and then username Carlos. And then the stock API, well, I mean, this would... The stock API, we would need to replace it with the original value. What was the original value? So the original value of it was this stuff right here. Let's copy it. Okay, then go back to the repeater and replace the value here. It gave us a 200 OK? Sure. We got another ad going on Twitch, so we'll do one on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on some birds. This is my favorite bird video, with the baby birds having a little bath. So enjoy this for the next 30 seconds, and then we'll resume with the hacking. Okay, let's put the birds away. And let's check to see if this actually worked. So we're gonna go back to here. Let's go back home. So it doesn't look like it quite worked the way we wanted it to. So what are we supposed to do? Stock Checker has been restricted to only access the local application, so you need to find an open redirect affecting the application first. So we found it. We tried to redirect it to the page. Let's see if it let's see where it actually redirects us. So this is So this doesn't redirect us. So path equals something something. We send the request. It doesn't redirect us. It just gives us OK. Maybe it doesn't like the delete path. Just try admin. So if we try admin, we get rid of the delete path. Send this back. Send this over again. It's still 200 OK in this case. I think the path URL variable doesn't work. The path URL parameter doesn't work with the stock endpoint. Oh. Maybe we have to provide the path URL parameter down here. That doesn't work either. Okay. Well, we'll give it a little bit more time, and if we're not able to figure it out in a little bit, we might just we might press the spoiler button. So path doesn't work in the stock endpoint. It does work in the next product endpoint. So next product path equals login something something, that works. So we send this. This works. Cybernet Dante says, I get it. Check the stock check functionality again. There's another parameter that you're missing. Cybernet Dante, could you clarify? Could you clarify what do you mean by that? Okay, so path, maybe in the next product here, we'll specify a path. So can we specify this path in, whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Can we specify the path here? Okay, and then send this. And this says 302 found, but if we follow the redirection, where does it send us? Well, I mean, we can't really see this. That should be working. Look at the location. Location, admin endpoint. We follow the redirection, but it doesn't really go anywhere. Hold on. Let's cancel this. Is it solved? I don't know. Let me take a look. No, not solved yet. Let me reload this. Wait. Well, I mean, I didn't provide the it shouldn't be. It should be in the stock checker. I'm going. This is the current path is next product. Let's see. Delete. Username Carlos. This doesn't solve the lab. They specify that we need to interact with the stock checker, and it would be a post request to the stock checker, right? Where is it? So the stock checker is here. It's going to be a post request to the stock checker. I mean, in this case, can we specify product equals something and what was that? What was the name of the parameter? The name of the parameter is, thank you very much, Helforelhildis. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Let me know how to pronounce that. Thank you. And have a Nyancat. Thank you. And welcome to HackerFrogs. Okay, so it's path. Path equals something something. So up here, and path equals okay, so path equals this endpoint here. I guess we would delete Carlos. Did it work? That didn't work. Yeah, Okay. Need to find an open redirect affecting the application first. So do we open redirect to the stock checker page? So the stock checker page is here. So check stock here. Proxy post to product stock. So post product stock do we specify the path as product stock? Okay, let's push let's push the spoiler button on this. So this is the article we were looking at before. So open redirection, sure. It's going to talk about exactly the lab that we're looking at. So stock API equals something something. Oh. So we need to redirect to the next product page. And in the next product page, it has the next product page has the redirect path. Okay, so how do we set this up? So this is the next product page. Sorry, where's the product page? The product page is here. Oh, this is funny, huh? Okay. So the product page is here, and where's the path? Wasn't there a path? Okay, return to lists, view details, next product. So it's going to be something like this, and then we're going to add the path. We're going to add this path to the post request for the stock. Send this to the repeater. Get rid of what's already here. So we send it its own local page. And then provide the path equals. I wonder why it's in different. It's in a different color here. Path equals this thing right here. Okay, and then specify this is going to delete Carlos. Let's see if this works. Invalid external stock check URL. Okay, so maybe we can get rid of this portion here. We're just going to send it to the product endpoint here. That came back okay. Let's check to see if we solved the lab. Nope, didn't solve the lab. What does this look like in the render view? Let's get rid of this. So it's just path, send it. Missing parameter product ID. Oh. Product ID equals 1 and path. I mean, that's how we send multiple parameters, right? Product. Okay, let's read a little bit more. Spoiler, spoiler. So current product, next product, current product, HTTP, we like to shop.net, something, something. This is the post request. Okay, let's try this one more time. HTTPS. Is this HTTPS? This isn't HTTPS. I wonder why. Huh. That's weird. This is just HTTP. Okay, so if we send this, invalid external stock check URL. So this shouldn't be external. This should be the same one. Proc start. Okay, so 0AD something something, 0AD something something. It's the same thing. Okay, so this doesn't work. Yeah. So So get product path, sure. And then we identify that we can... Okay, so this doesn't work. It still says external stock check URL. We have to encode its value. So is the problem here that we need to encode URL encode everything? So product, next product, path. Okay, let's go back to the application. Let's try to do some URL encoding. So convert selection URL encode all characters. Ooh, that's really messy looking. Let's only URL encode key characters instead. Okay, encode. And then send that. It still says invalid external. Okay, so at this point we need to get rid of the base over here and just send it this. This works. Okay, so this redirects us to here. So I guess we need to provide a path. So and path equals the URL that we need to get from here. This one. And I guess we will URL encode this. Send this. Didn't work. Did not work. Did not work. Okay, so let's highlight everything and see what went wrong. So product ID equals something and path equals this thing, admin endpoint. Do we need to include another slash? Oh, I see the admin panel here. I see the admin panel here. That's kind of unusual. Wait, where would the admin panel be referenced? Yeah, there's an href to the admin endpoint. But we're not at the admin endpoint. Hold on. So this is the regular page. There's no reference to the admin endpoint. Oh, is it admin? Is it double admin? Hold on. Okay, so let's try double admin, and then let's resend this. So there's still it's still referencing the admin endpoint. Okay. So admin panel. Let's send that again. So where's the href to the admin endpoint? So /admin/my-account. So /admin. Let's get rid of admin here and see what it looks like after that. So product ID. So this goes to the product endpoint. What does it say in the article here? So product, next product. Oh, we need to go to the next product endpoint. So let's see, product / next product. Yeah, next product. That's the part I'm I'm missing here. And then product ID something something. And then the rest of this is admin. Missing product ID, but I've got product ID up here. Hold on. Product ID equals 1 and path equals something. I think I need to URL encode all this stuff though. Okay, let's get rid of this. This weird hybrid stuff is really messing me up. Okay. Encode again. Yeah, we need to encode again. Okay, so convert selection to key characters. Send. Product ID, we're missing it again. Did I misspell product ID again? Product ID. Hold on. Let me just reconstruct this. Okay, so it's product / next product path equals this thing. Let me grab the address again. This one. Okay, and begin again. Okay, and then let's URL encode all this stuff. Convert selection, URL, key characters, send. Okay, we're in business. Okay. We just need to send it to the delete endpoint. Username equals Carlos. Send. User deleted successfully. So if we go over here, it should say, congratulations, you solved the lab. Okay, done. Cyber Dante says, that last one was rough. I thought the GET request was going to solve the lab at first. Well, HackSmarter has just rated with 18 viewers. Thank you, HackSmarter. Thank you. Welcome, Raiders. And you know what? Let's give you a fun go to hack.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Hack smarter, not harder. Hack smarter, not harder. Everybody, if you are not following Hack Smarter is a great content creator, and let's give them a shout out right now. So hack_smarter. There you go. No worries, Hack Smarter. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a lot of fun. What were you working on over at your channel? We just finished a bunch of labs over here.
talking about server-side request forgery, my favorite subject. Although, Active Directory hacking from Vulnlab. Vulnlab is a beast. It is definitely some advanced stuff. But you know what? I think we've earned some more. I really want to do more stuff over at Hack the Web. So I think we might go back to these Hack the Web exercises over here. So Hack Smarter, if you haven't seen this before, this is a fun little beginner-friendly hacker puzzle site. It's a German site, but you can switch the language over to English pretty easily. Haven't, excited to see it. Yeah, so there's all sorts of little challenges over here. They're not super difficult, but they really get you thinking about some fun hacking concepts. So let's go ahead and solve some of these for the next I don't know, for the next 30 or 40 minutes before we call it a day over here. We've been doing mini little write-ups on each one of these challenges, and it's been a lot of fun. Let's take a look at the next challenge. The next challenge is called Matrix. I wonder what this thing is going to be about. And thank you very much for following Prem Kumar. Thank you very much. And let's give you a Nyan Cat. There you go. Okay, we got ads running again. Wow, it seems like we're always running ads, but we'll be back in about a minute. I just want to take a little break for some water. Enjoy. Is this the one that I want to? No. Okay. So enjoy this this bird bath footage over here. It features one of my favorite birds, the American robin. And he's just going to show up in... Yeah, here we go. All right. Enjoy the birds, and we'll be back in just about 40 seconds. You know, I never paid too much attention to robins before this year, but robins are actually pretty beautiful birds. The little patches of white around the eyes, they're actually it's quite beautiful, along with the orange in the chest. Robin, where's Batman? You know what? Where's Batman? I'll answer that.
What are you?
I'm System Root.
Okay, so let's put the robin away and let's continue on with our hacking journey. Okay, so this is the Matrix challenge. Let me start doing a little write-up for this challenge. And in case you're wondering, we're doing the some write-ups for all these challenges over here, because you know what? In cybersecurity, they say that if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So let's go ahead and make this new one. I think it's... Is this challenge number 66? This is challenge 66. Okay, so create a new file. We'll call this 066. Okay, so this is the URL. We need to get the category for the challenge. Category. We need to zero in on the concept and then the method of solve. Stosic says, I love how you have animal breaks in your stream. Well, you know what? We need to fill up the breaks somehow because we've got mandatory ad breaks on Twitch. So this is how I fill up the ad breaks so that people aren't missing out. Okay, so what's happening in this challenge here? So it says Matrix. There's a word hidden in the background of the matrix. Oh, okay. Look closely and pay attention to the shadows. Documentation is very important. Yeah. So, I mean, if you can't... The documentation is basically how you prove that you can solve the challenge. So you can say you solved the challenge, but if you didn't record how you solved the challenge, then it's it can be a bit iffy. Okay, so there's a word hidden in the background of the matrix. So what is on this website? Oh, I see. I see a word. I see a word over here. So that's VEKTOR. Is that vector? So I probably want to... I really want to solve this using some steganography tools. Is this... Okay, let's try opening the image in a new tab. So this is a Is this a PNG image? No? What is this? So I mean, we see the letters. So this is a V, this is an E, this is a K, this is a T, an O, and an R. Looks like the Matrix movie. Flocky View, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Okay, let's take a look at the HTTP source. So background black, we've got Nmap space. What is the actual file that's being used here? This is an implementation of the green code seen in the matrix. Okay, so this isn't a file. Or is it a file? There's no reference to any external file here. So this is JavaScript? So module is going to be main.js. Maybe there's a clue in main.js. All right. Well, I mean, this is a little bit... It's a little bit anticlimactic, because I'd really like to be able to explain exactly what is going on here. If you think you know what's going on here, let us know. But I think we do have the answer. So the answer is VEKTOR. So VEKTOR. So this is correct. So this is correct. I really want to take a look at the hints. Maybe the hints tell us on the HTML commented document over. So I see reference to a JavaScript file. And in the JavaScript file, it references config.js. And don't necessarily see, well, is there a config.js here? If there is, we can take a look at it. Okay, so... Oh, okay. Okay, so this is the JavaScript that that simulates the animation of the letters. but I wonder if there's a file that has just the letters inside. Or, okay, so if there's a file that just has these letters here, let's check the hints. So we can get some hints over here. They're all in German, of course. So we can just we can translate these. Or can we? Can we translate these? Translate section to English. Okay, do you see something? I don't see anything. Wait a few seconds and the letters appear. I recognize the letters but cannot gather the word. It is a German word. The last letters you can guess. Okay. Well, I think one of these files over here that's referenced has to be the letters themselves. We got some different fonts. Assets sand.png. Oh, maybe we can take a look inside these directories too. So assets. Nope, not here. Not here either. Where are these files? So assets pixelgrid.png, assets mesh.png, assets resurrection something png. Where's the root for this? Okay, so instead of uSource, where's the assets directory? Okay, can't get it here. Can't get it here. Not here. And if we can't get it here, then we can't get it. Flock of You says, what's the question again? Well, I'm just trying to figure out where exactly these letters are kept on the web server. Because we get the feeling that this is a bunch of different files layered together. But I'm trying to figure out where exactly we can just find the letters that are in the background here. Or in the foreground, rather. But anyways, maybe we'll leave that for another time because we've spent a lot of time on this on this challenge already. So let's go ahead and answer the questions here. So this is what kind of? I guess we could call this a web app challenge, although it's hard to say. Have you searched for vector in Burp Suite filter search? I don't think it's going to show up because this is. Actually, you know, you're right. You know what? You might be right. You might be right. Let's send this to Burp. Why are we sending this stuff to Burp Suite? But sure. How would we do that? we'd go here to this page, and then we would put this in the Burp Suite browser. What does this say? Wake up, Neo, you've got hardware acceleration disabled. This project will still run incredibly, but at a noticeably low frame rate. Okay. So let's see. Red pill, blue pill. Okay. Plug me in. Okay, so this, yeah, this is the same thing. We can go ahead and look at the proxy. So this is all the stuff here that's being referenced. So shaders, GSL, rain, something something. Yeah. So I think these are all the files that we're looking for. So these shaders over here. But which one? So in the filter settings, okay. So filter settings here. Search for vector. No matches. So they didn't name the file vector. Under HTTP history. So under HTTP history, the one at the top. Well, I mean, which one at the top? The post request? So under HTTP history, oh, filter settings here. Okay. Yep. Okay. Now I see. Filter by search term vector, and nothing shows up. Okay. Well, like I said before, we've spent enough time taking a look at this challenge. Let's go ahead and so I guess we could call this a web app. The concept is look at the. Actually, wait. This is not web app. This is probably something closer to cryptography or steganography. I guess this is kind of like cryptography, right? Wasted time, but that's how you search in there. Thank you for leading me in that direction. Not, well, I mean, I didn't find the answer, but it's nice to know that that this stuff is there. Okay, so this is something like cryptography, something like steganography. The concept, look at the shadows. Look at the letters in the foreground when illuminated from behind by the matrix text. And I guess this is the same thing for a method of solve. Done. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. Alright, so the next challenge is going to be the tree challenge. So I haven't done this one either. What challenge is this? This is 114. Copy this. That's the challenge for everybody. If you want to do the challenge before I take a look at it, you can get ahead of the game. but I need to do my write-ups, so I'll go ahead and create the file. So this is called tree, right? 114 tree. Okay, so we need a category, need a concept, method of solve. Let's take a look at the challenge. So this is the tree challenge. Ooh, okay. So it says computers and nature are two different worlds. I enjoy spending time in both, and both can enrich each other. And we got a tree. The scientific name of this tree genus is your answer. Don't worry if you're not familiar with the trees. The answers are hints here and there in the source code. Are you saying that we need to look at the source code and not the tree? So there are hints here and there in the source code. So it says source code. That means we need to take a look at the source code. Okay. And what do we got? Okay, so the name of the file is something that looks like a scientific name. So let's just copy that. The scientific name of this tree genus. So the genus is... Let's look this up in Wikipedia. It probably has an entry in Wikipedia. So let's go to Wikipedia, and then let's plug in the name of the tree. Okay, so it doesn't exist in Wikipedia. Let's just do a Google search then. Okay, so this is a European horse chestnut. You know what? We've got these trees in my city. Okay, so the horse chestnut is a species of flowering plant in the... Well, is this... Is this the same thing? And Derek RFX says, are you hacking a tree? Sometimes you need to look up trees to do hacking. Sometimes you need to look up the trees to do the hacking. Okay, so this is a horse chestnut. What is the genus? So we need all we need is a genus. just messing. No worries, no worries. Let's see. So we got a genus is Aesculus. Aesculus. So let's provide this as the answer. Sometimes you need to hack the trees. Hack the trees, collect the wood. All right. Paste that in. And is this the answer? This is correct. Okay, great. We got it. So was it actually in the source code? So this was the genus, Aesculus. All right, let's do our write-up. So I guess this can also be called an OSINT. This can be considered in the OSINT category. So look at the source code. There's a scientific name in there. Google or search for the name, method of solve. I guess this is the same thing. I really need to differentiate these concepts. So the concept in this one is do some research based on what you find in the web page. Bam. Okay, so what do we got here? So search for the name. The answer is Aeschylus. Is that how you spell it? Aeschylus. Okay, done. All right, so we did the tree challenge. Let's move on to another challenge. Hack the web. Okay, the next challenge is the color challenge. Let's take a look. And we'll just give it to everybody first to take a look at. Maybe you can... Oh, wow. I think I already know what the answer to this is. But let's create the walkthrough. So this is 55. Colors. So there's a lot of OSINT stuff. Or I guess we don't really, I mean, is this really considered OSINT? It is stuff, it is basically searching for the answer on the internet. But the concept is, in this case, it's colors have hex code. Hex code references. What is the definition of OSINT? It's open source intelligence. So it's using publicly known knowledge. So I guess you could say that these are all kind of like OSINT challenges. So open source intelligence, it means using publicly available resources for research. Okay, so what do we got? We got here. So the world is full of colors. On the internet, there are fixed names for 140 colors. Your answer is the name of this color. So we got a hex code here. So all we need to do is grab the hex code and look it up. Open source intelligence, OSINT. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a fair question because a lot of people hear all of these, weird terms that people in cybersecurity use, and nobody can be, you can't assume that everybody knows what all of our weird jargon means, right? So this is why we need to clarify these things. So color, and then we'll put in the hex code. And is there a name for this color? So what color is this? So this is called Rebecca Purple. I had no idea. So the name of this is Rebecca Purple. That sounds like somebody's name. Okay, is this the answer? Rebecca Purple is correct. Okay, so the color is named in the memory of the late daughter of CSS developer Eric A. Meyer and is featured in the new CSS logo. I wouldn't have been able to tell you that. Okay, so how did we solve the challenge? So the concept is colors have hex code references. Many colors have names. Many colors with hex code references have names. So copy the hex code of the color. Look up the hex code. Derek says, I'm a little familiar, but I was more interested in how you're using it in this use case, but question answered. Yeah, well, I mean, it seems like there's going to be a lot of research for these challenges. Not that I mind. I think it's pretty cool that you can just Google this stuff, but okay, so look up the hex code and then look up the associated name with that hex code. Done. Oh, the answer is Rebecca Purple. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. Okay, so the next challenge is going to be... I'm sure it's how he's using public info to get his task done. Okay, so color challenge done. We can move on to the shadow pictures challenge. So shadow pictures, this is challenge number 69. Nice. Okay, so I'll just provide the link to everybody in case you want to take a look at it yourself. I need to switch my music playlist. What haven't we played? Let's play some Baba Is You. It's a really fun soundtrack. Nice, nice. It's the only thing you can say. Okay, so this is 069. It's called Shadow Pictures. Is that the name? Yeah, Shadow Pictures. Okay, so that's which category, which concept, and method of solve. Let's take a look. Yeah, so I think, well, I mean, this is probably the best way to introduce people to cybersecurity. It's not all super technical stuff. It's also learning how to do research and being interested in all sorts of fun little topics. So, okay, shadow pictures. I couldn't be so precise with the mouse because you have great sensitivity. The 6 images can be moved with the mouse. When placed one on top of the other, they provide the answer. So it's basically just layering on top of each other. This isn't very technical at all. It's just... Is it Dunkel? Is it D-U-N-K-E-L? Dunkel. So this must mean something in German. Okay, so Derek says, I've been learning Python and this came up. It's very interesting. So getting done with the Cyber Bootcamp, working on my home lab, and the channel is helping a lot. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words, Corey. And Derek, nice to see you guys in chat. And what is the concept we're supposed to take away from this? Just layering? Images can be... Dunkel. Dunkel is what we're supposed to take away from this. That is correct. So these are not all super technical, and I guess we should appreciate that. So let's go back and let me do the write-up here. So the category, I don't know what we would call this. Maybe we would call this something like cryptography. Not really. The concept here is that sometimes we can layer images on top of each other to get an answer. And the method of solve is just layer all the pictures on top of each other. And the answer is Dunkel. Infant cryptography, of course. Of course. Alright. Well, I mean, I appreciate that there is some of these super easy challenges as well. Alright. Okay, so we need to do this binary one here. Some of the challenges are actually they're very educational, so here. This is the next challenge. So give it a try yourself, and in the meantime, I just need to create my little write-up for this. So this is 051 binary. Derek says, is there a specific reason you're saving your workflow in GitHub? So I save everything in GitHub because it's publicly available and it's just a good place to keep all my stuff. So even if this isn't necessarily coding, I think it's well, I hope I'm not breaking the terms of service. But I don't think I'm breaking the terms of service because I've seen a lot of other people do write-ups for cybersecurity tutorials in GitHub. But it's a very good place to keep all your stuff, and because it's internet accessible, you can basically get access to it from anywhere. You don't have to worry about not being able to get to it if you're out and trying to grab some resource. Derek says, I've seen a lot worse on GitHub. Well, maybe we shouldn't mention the bad stuff that people are keeping on GitHub. Okay, so there's the category, there's the concept, and there's the method of solve. So I think this is, I guess we're mostly talking about encoding in here. So it's basically translating binary to something something. Let's solve the challenge first. We'll talk about it after it's done. So okay, binary. So you've heard of the binary system. It's a language of computers which consists of ones and zeros. Even if you've never worked with it before, with a little logical thinking, you'll quickly get started. So to help you, you can see the first 6 powers of 2 here. You can turn them on or off with a click, and all of the active numbers are added to the result. So enter the number 7 in binary and submit it. So this isn't... You work with binary a lot more often than you would expect when you're dealing with cybersecurity stuff. And learning like a quick and easy way to figure out how to calculate something in binary, it's actually pretty useful. So the first digit is always going to be up to the number 1. The second digit is up to the number 2. The third digit is up to the number 4, the number 8, the number 16, the number 32, etc. So these are all doubled from each other. So 1 and then 2 doubled is 4, 4 doubled is 8, 16, 32. The next one would be 64 and then 120, 64, 128. Thank you for following. Ha. I recognize that name. I think they might have shown up in. They might have chatted here before. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to basically calculate the number 7 in binary. And, well, I mean, there's a bunch of different ways we could do it. So let's see. We see this goes up to 8. So if we press that, then we see this is the binary number for the number 8. So we would have to combine the number 4 with the number 3 to get 7. So all of these would be on. So the number 7 is actually in binary 111. So this is that's the answer. So press go and you're done. Okay, so how do we solve that? So the concept is binary can be calculated by realizing. Atomaro has just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much, Atomaro. Thank you. And let's give you a fun redeem. How about a Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out!
Derek says, I would have been stuck on that screen for about 2 more hours than you. I mean, that's not really possible. Because there are only so many combinations you can do, even if you have all this stuff. It's basically switching on and off, on and off. Eventually you would have been able to get there. So third digit on means that it's going to be 4 and it's going to be this. So on means 1, off means 0. Eventually you'll get there, even if it's just by like brute force. I would have never guessed to press the numbers. Well, I mean, it tells you to press the numbers. You can turn them on and off when you click on them. So no worries, no worries. Let's go ahead and move on to the next challenge. So binary can be calculated by realizing that the number of places is associated with 1, then 2, then 4, then 8, etc., etc. Method of solve. Let's see. It's activate the first 3 binary places to calculate the number 7 in decimal. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. Do you have unsaved changes? Do you want to discard them? Okay. Cancel. I'm just going to copy this just in case I need to. A file with the same name already exists. Choose a different name. Just going to go and let's see if that was saved. It was saved. Okay, done. All right, next challenge. Might want to add from right to left. Yeah, that might be a good idea. So first 3 binary places from the right. Yeah, okay. Okay, so what's the next challenge? The next challenge is going to be the helping hand challenge. So let's take a look. This is the link. And before we do the challenge, I'm going to set up the write-up first. So this is 21, right? 021, helping hand. Okay, let's take a look. So it's super cool to have people like you. It makes everyday life so much more pleasant when you don't know the way or forget your wallet at the checkout. At the same time, it's no problem to ask for help. We have times when this comes up. Oh, okay. On the Discord server of Hack the Web, you have the possibility of finding hints or asking questions yourself. Click on the logo to join the server. In the German forum, you will find a post with the title Fingersieg. Fingersieg? And there you will find the answer. Hack the Web is a German website, which is why the Discord server is in German. Please write only in German on the server, except in channels labeled as English. But with the help of a translator, you should be able to find the answer anyways. It's completely not a problem if you don't have a Discord account. You can find the answer here. Okay, well, you know, I do have a Discord, so I can try. Oh, you know what? I can't do it from here because this is my Kali Linux. Hold on. I'm gonna have to do this on my other host. Okay, so I'm opening up Discord in my... Where's the Hack the Web one? Here it is. Okay, everybody, this is Discord, Hack the Web. What are we doing here? Quick question, why is Kali on 100% resources? You know, that's a good question. It might be Burp Suite. Let me shut down Burp Suite and see if that helps in any. So that, yeah. Okay, it was Burp Suite. Burp Suite was hogging up all my resources. But thank you for pointing that out, Hacka. All right, so let's see. Burp Suite? No, Discord. So let's see. Which forum were we supposed to look on? In the German forum, you will find a post with the title Fingersieg. Fingersieg. So I guess we can search for Fingersieg. Fingersieg. Okay, so this is in... here? So General EN. English only here. Oh, jeez. Text channels. Okay, I don't know. Derek asks, let's see, Tor browser, press the numbers, right to left. Why is Kali always on 100% resources? Do you use Kali every day or only in another host? I use Kali as a virtual machine because, well, the possibility of screwing up my Kali Linux is pretty high because I'm not all that great at using Kali Linux. It's probably in forum below general. Forum, general. So general, forum. Forum, Fingersieg. Okay, it's pinned, yeah. Thank you for pointing that out, Hacka. Okay, so Fingersieg. Is this challenge number 21? I need to check this. This is challenge number 21. Okay, so... this is the thread. D... Alright, let's copy this. Alright, and then we will go over to Google Translate. Translate.google.com. Kali is definitely not a daily use Linux. You wouldn't use Kali Linux as your daily use? Yeah. Welcome to the forum. The answer is Lala123. Okay, Lala123 is the answer. Sure, let's submit that. Lala123. Done. Okay, great. That didn't really... well, I mean, that wasn't very technical at all. So the category is social media or something? Yeah. Concept. Join the Discord community. And do some searching. Same thing. The answer is this. Okay, let's we'll solve one more challenge and then maybe we'll we'll call it a day because it's getting a little... So GeoGuessr would be OSINT? Yeah, you know what? GeoGuessr is open source intelligence. Well, it is if you use open source intelligence to solve the question. Okay, so one more. Let's do one more. So this is going to be the cheater challenge. Okay, so let's copy this, and I'll start up with my challenge 63. So 063 cheater.md. Okay, so the URL is... CanPDX says you can use Kali for daily use if you want to. It's nothing that special. It's just it's just Debian with extra repos. Yeah, I mean, Kali Linux is Yeah, it's basically Debian with a bunch of extra stuff. You're gonna get a very similar experience if you use something like Ubuntu or Linux Mint. But I guess Linux Mint and Ubuntu are probably going to be a little more user-friendly than using Kali Linux as your daily driver. Okay, so this is category. That's going to be, let's see, concept and method of solve. At the end of the day, it's still, yeah, at the end of the day, it's Linux is what it is. All right, so let's do this challenge. Okay, so it says instructions: click on the game, control the volleyball with the arrow keys, touch the left and right walls alternatively. This will increase the counter. You lose if the ball hits the ground or goes out of bounds. You will see the answer as soon as you reach 1,000 points. The game doesn't have any cheats built into it, so you have to hack it yourself. Really? Okay, so click on the game, control the volleyball with the arrow keys. Touch the left and right walls alternatively. This will increase the counter. You lose if the ball hits the ground or goes out of bounds. So you lose if the ball hits the ground or goes out of bounds. So how are we supposed to hack this? I don't want to do this 1,000 times. Derek says, I don't use Kali, I use my Leapfrog. Leapfrog? Is that, are we supposed to create a HackerFrogs version of Kali Linux? Oh, there's code here. Okay. So what do we do? You know, all we need to do is we need to switch the number of points you get each time you hit the wall from 1 to 1,000. And that's all we need to do. So where is that in the code? All right, so let's see. So Windows score plus plus. How about Windows score plus plus 1000? And update the code. And then... Nope, that wasn't it. Oh, plus equals 1000. Okay. Let's try that. Okay, try it again. Okay, done. The answer is Smurfin. Where to go? All right. So we just need to submit the answer Smurfin. So before we do that, I guess we can identify this line of code, and then we'll put it in our write-up. Does anybody... Can we identify what kind of code this is, by the way? Is this... Okay, it's got semicolons. Is this JavaScript? No, this is not JavaScript. It's JavaScript. I thought JavaScript didn't have semicolon terminators. I guess, Okay. I guess it does have semicolon terminators. But I am not very good at JavaScript. It's not mandatory anymore, but you can use it. Okay. Let's go ahead and write up this thing. So the method of solve. So, the game is written in JavaScript. We can edit the code at the bottom of the webpage. Thank you very much for following Thalmic Bridge. Thalmic Bridge, thank you. And Jarek says, I'm learning Python for my first language, and I was going to say Python. Well, I mean, the thing about Python is that you don't have to... One of the things that you can tell that this is not Python is that they have to declare variables here, and that's not something you do in Python. The other thing is that, well, they also have the semicolon terminators, which is also not in Python. But it does look a little bit like Python if you look at it if you don't look at it too closely. Yeah. Okay, so let's see, what were we doing? And thank you very much for following D-Linked and Thalmic Bridge. Thank you. And let's give you some redeems. How about some Nyan Cat? Actually, you know what? Maybe we'll do a special one. How about all the things?
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, so to add the snippet code to add 1,000 points each time you score a point. Okay, Windows score plus equals 1,000. That's great. This is category. So the category, I guess this would be called... what would we call this? Source code analysis? So this concept here is we can edit the code that the game uses to suit our needs. Done. Okay, so the answer is Smurfin. Okay. Oh, Hacka, you're right. The semicolon is valid in Python, but we do use a semicolon in Python. It's recognized, but you don't need to put it in your code. You just need to start a new line. But you can use a semicolon, and if you use it, the Python community might come to find you and do something bad to you. Stay safe. So I actually use the semicolon in a Python command very often. So when I do my my CTF exercises, when I try to what is the word? Stabilize my netcat shells, I use this Python command right here. So it's because I'm doing a one-liner in Python and I wanted to include multiple instructions, I include the semicolon here to terminate one command and start another one. But yeah, this is you absolutely can use semicolons in Python to terminate statements. All right, so did we just finish that challenge? I think we did. Smurfin, go. Done. Okay. But yeah, I highly recommend you you try this out. Even if you're not great at technical hacking, you don't need to be a great technical hacker to do these challenges. So, and we might as well give the developer some love if we can. So L Mexicant says, so a full TTY. It doesn't give you a full TTY. It gives you a slightly better TTY. So a slightly better terminal that can actually handle user input. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I've been having a lot of fun with it over the last couple days. We might be doing more of this stuff next week. We probably shouldn't be doing this every day because, well, we're going to be running out of challenges very soon if we're doing nothing but this for the next 3 days or so. But anyways, well, I think we might be heading off, but we should probably look over at the InfoSec streams. I'm the only person on InfoSec streams right now. Okay, that's great. Who else is streaming right now on Twitch? If you have some suggestions for who we should raid, let us know. Oh, Slyborg. Slyborg is, well, Slyborg does a lot of InfoSec stuff, but right now they're playing games. But Slyborg is a great cybersecurity student. We really appreciate how dedicated she is to learning InfoSec, and I guess we'll give her a raid. Okay, last man standing. Good evening, Sick in the Mind. Hello, nice to see you. Jeez, we're just about to head on off. But when you arrive on Slyborg's channel, if you could give this raid message, I would really appreciate it. So it's OSFrog, Hip Hop Hack, OSFrog, just like this. And what are we doing next time? So next time we're going to be doing some fun stuff. It's going to be Friday. We're going to be working on more network hacking, and we're going to be looking at cybersecurity certifications. So people come in here all the time. They talk about cybersecurity certifications. Should I get this one or that one? We're going to be taking a look at a bunch of certifications and seeing which ones are going to be the best bang for your buck. And we're also going to be doing some Windows reversing. And we're going to be taking a look at some mobile forensics as well. So please look forward to that. That's going to be on Friday. Let's go ahead and start the raid. And yeah, I appreciate everybody for coming by and chatting. I really... have you done over the... yeah, we have done over the wire. We've done a lot more Bandit than we have Natus. Natus gets a little bit nasty later. So let's go ahead and raid Slyborg. How do you spell that name? S1Y. And then, what is it? A B? B0RG. But yeah, come on by on Friday. We'll be doing more fun hacking stuff, and we will see you next time, everybody. Catch you later.